Right, I'm talking. Can you hear me? Morning. We're going to buy cigarettes. Well, yeah. Okay. Hello. Can you hear me? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1. We just there. The sound. I'm just going to go and get coffee, and I'm on my Zoom talking to you. So at some point, I need to know whether it's working or not. Thanks. Testing, 1, 2. Morning, Melody. Where do I buy coffee and cigarettes? Do you? No, I want to buy cigarettes and stuff. Yeah. Thanks. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello. This is Neville. Testing, testing. I need to know whether you can hear me. My volume's up loud. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing, testing. Walking and testing and testing and walking. And then, hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Testing, testing, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, testing. Are you there? Hello. 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 Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Where's the Vida? See, the Vida is here somewhere. There's a chock-a-block duck shop. No. Okay. We'll look around. Chock-a-block duck shop. Morning. Uh-huh. Okay, nothing there. Hello. Where's the Vida coffee shop? The Vida. Oh.
Put that next door,
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Hello, guys. Any luck there? Yeah, anybody? Any sounds from me? Can you hear me? I'm assuming that I'm unmuted. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, testing, testing. Hello, hello. Testing, testing, testing. Hello, hello. Good morning. Good morning. Is anybody home? Better not say anything that will compromise me. If you want to give me a signal, a hand signal, then you have to stand in front of the camera and give me a hand signal. Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down, will you? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Testing, testing. Any luck? What's going on? Aha, I found the Vida Cafe. Very good. Cool. What a nice building. Hello, Vida. Testing, testing. Hello. Uh-huh. All right. Testing, testing. Hello. Good morning. Hello. Fine, are you? Can I get a flat white, please? Tell me, where can I buy cigarettes nearby?
Ask that guy if the one who smokes. That's correct.
Thanks. Anybody in the room can hear me yet? Say hello to the staff of the Vida Cafe and the customers. We're just testing out the system for a meeting version. Trying to get it working. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Thank you. Where's that? How far away? Is it far away? Okay. Thank you. Let's see. How are we doing here? Any luck there with the sound? Anybody? What about yet? If you can hear me, then stand in front of the camera and give me a signal, will you? A thumbs up or a thumbs down. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Huh?
No? You put a sweet name for me. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Thanks. Yeah. Okay. Good coffee. Never hurt anybody. Hello? Can anybody hear me? Hello? Can anybody hear me? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello? Hello? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing. Hello, anybody home? Okay. Hi. Where can I buy cigarettes? Where can I? Still closed. Oh, 8 o'clock. Where? About chocolate block, whatever it's called there. Thanks. Hello. Anybody hear me? Any luck there? Any movement? Any changes? Any developments on the sound front? Have we figured out the sound yet? What's the right thing to do? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. We want to know whether you can hear me. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear anything from me? Hello? Anybody home? Just nod if you can hear me. Is there anybody home? Just need a little pinprick. There'll be no. Ah, hello. Hmm. Any sound? Any sound? Any sound? Any sound? Hello? 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 Any luck? Testing, testing. 1, 2. 1, 2. Testing, testing. 1, 2. No luck. Hello? Anybody? 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 Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you see me? I'm gonna give up. I need a signal, a hand signal. A thumbs up, you can hear me. A thumbs up. That's good. Great. Thank you. I'm going out now. Okay. Well done. Jesse, the other computer needs to be set up front. The other computer needs to be set up on the front on the podium.
We got there in the end.
Yes, no, I need to check sometimes. That's fine. I just need to get out of here, leave the meeting. All right. Hear me? I'm assuming that I'm muted. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Ah, testing, testing. Hello, hello. Testing, testing, testing. Hello, hello. Morning, morning. Is anybody home? Did not say anything that will compromise me. If you want to give me a signal, a hand signal, then you have to stand in front of the camera and give me a hand signal. Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Will you? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Down. Testing, testing. Any luck? What's going on? Found the Vita Cafe. Very good. Cool. What a nice building. Hello, Vita. Testing, testing. Hello. Oh, all right. Testing. Hello. Good morning. Hello. Fine on you. Can I get a check? What, please? Tell me, you're making up on cigarettes nearby.
Ask the God's guy who wants to speak. That's correct.
Thanks. Anybody in the room can hear me yet? Say hello to the staff of the Vita Cafe and the customers. We're just testing out the system for a meeting arrangements. Trying to get it working. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
One, two, one, two, one, two, 61, 2. One, one, two. Okay. Yeah. So what are the yeah, that's it. Have a this, this, this. Yeah, but that's gonna come from this. Perfect.
Ooh, can you hear me? Testing, testing. Check your WhatsApp, please, Flo.
I can hear you. Let me
Good.
check
And we
if
can,
I
and we
will
can hear
be
you. That's perfect.
visible.
Yes, we can hear you and you can hear us. That's perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think you can see me now.
Yeah, I think that we're good to go. We just got another 10 minutes or 9
Not
minutes
a
to
problem.
everybody, all trickling in.
Yeah, not a problem. I'll remain locked on. Thank you.
Okay, we will be starting in about 6 minutes. 6 minutes. I'm not Right, 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 right. Which one is it? Okay. Right, right. Six. It's right to me. Yes. Who's ever done that? Huh? Okay, 5 minutes, folks. Let me go and hold on. Okay, folks, while we are warming up, we're going to start in a few moments. I've got a few announcements to make, although not everybody's in the room yet, but I'm still going to make the announcements. Number one is that we are going to take a group photograph for the meeting just before lunchtime. So if you're planning to go somewhere, don't until at least your pictures your face is in the picture, so that it can go into your annual report. Okay, that you were present, that's your proof, because you're not getting a certificate of attendance, you're getting a photograph instead. The second announcement is that our speaker Piotr Wolski is not well. However, he has bravely volunteered to come in and give his talk, but we might have to take him online depending on how he's doing. Don't shake his hand. My advice to you. Then this evening we have the dinner, and there are 35 people who have signed up for transport. The transport will leave here after the session. It should take about an hour to get there because of traffic. If you are wanting to be dropped, not here, but at a location on the way back here, there's a list on the table outside, and you need to write down your name, your destination, and your cell phone number on that list, so that we know where we can drop people within reason this evening. Okay, so that's that news. We have got 2 more minutes to go. I'm wondering whether we can put Clue onto the screen. Is that possible? Please? To put Clue onto the screen. Is it possible to project his tell me if I need to do anything on this side. Just one moment till I get that right. We still got a little bit of time to get that right. Ah, there he is. Blue, can you talk? Can we see if we can hear you? Okay, we can't hear you yet. We will hear you shortly.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Perfect. Just one
No.
moment. The last few people trickle in, and then we'll kick off. One moment.
Not a problem, Neville. You'll let me know.
So there are a few stragglers going to come in, I think, a little bit late, but we're going to start anyway. And it's 1 minute to 9. It'll be unprecedented that we start 1 minute before the scheduled time, but I'm going to start. Clue, we have a half an hour on the program for you, and you are welcome to talk for as long as you like, up until 30 minutes. But you can talk shorter, and we can facilitate interaction with the audience here. We have a range of people from a range.
Neville? 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 Neville, are you able to hear me? I doubt.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Good. Okay. So I'll just say, Clue, that we have a wide range of people here from a range of different institutions, universities, agencies, ARC is represented, yes. Well, many of the universities, the South African Weather Service, CSIR. What am I leaving out?
Lots of different organizations are represented here, mostly climate scientists, but not entirely. We have a couple of foreign guests who are with us as well from UK Met and others which will be joining us online. And it's also going live on YouTube to the SASREAX community. So it is my great pleasure to introduce Clu Romero to all of you, if you don't know him already. He's an important person in the landscape of climate change adaptation and management in the government and in South Africa. He's the Chief Director of Climate Change Adaptation in DFFE. He's a key member of the UNFCCC's South African delegation for negotiations. He's responsible for the implementation of and the development and implementation of the climate change bill with several of his colleagues. He's involved in developing regulations around climate finance for South Africa. He's responsible for overseeing the development and implementation of the National Framework for Climate Services. He's involved and manages the process for national communications on climate change, and really a key person in the development of the climate change policy response and South Africa's position on all these issues. So we really can't have a more qualified person to present to us this morning. And Clu's very kindly agreed to speak a little bit about where we're at with some of these important developments. So Clu, thank you very much. And I'm going to give you the floor.
Yeah, no, thank you, Neville. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Perfect. No, thank you very much. And thank you for inviting me to share some perspective and thoughts on this very important conference, the annual conference on South African Society for Atmospheric Sciences. And I want to, on the outset, just thank you, Neville, as the program director, and thank to Access for your continuous, partnership and role that you play, within the space. But let me also extend my gratitude to the partners, just to mention but few, the CSIR, whom we work very closely with, South African Weather Service, we're working very closely with Wits University, SAMRC, the Medical Research Council, we work very closely with the University of the Western Cape, and just to really appreciate, an opportunity to share some few thoughts. I will try to be brief. I really like a lot of interactions because there are a number of development that have taken place in recent time, and I hope that colleagues would be able to share their thoughts and perspective questions, and we will be able to field such questions. But from us, from the policy perspective, as you're well aware, the country has in recent year been experiencing the rise average in terms of temperature, and we have been experiencing prolonged droughts and devastating floods. And with the projection indicating clearly that the southern part of Africa is warming twice the global rate, which can only mean that we are susceptible to the extreme impacts of climate change. The IPCC, it's very clear that the intensity and the frequency has increased. And this really poses a challenge for us as policymakers to keep up with the development. We have, of course, experienced recent floods, flooding in KwaZulu-Natal. In 2022, there was very much devastating, which caused around approximately 448 deaths, displaced over 40,000 people, and destroyed over 12,000 houses, and extensively damaged infrastructure, and had a very significant and bad impact on the economy. And I think in recent days, we also been experiencing flash flooding in KwaZulu-Natal, and this gives testimony to the IPCC projection. We, of course, coming from the backdrop as well of the Knysna fires that we know has destroyed about 20,000 hectares of vegetation. And we have evidence, we have come very closer to the near day zero, the near day zero in Cape Town. And this present a challenge from the policy landscape. And we started working on a different policy instruments that will enable us to respond appropriately. As the policy department, I want to say on the outset, we benefit from this richness of technical conversation and the output that are coming from this very important workshop become some of the knowledge that will contribute to our design and refinement of policy. We have over the years developed a number of tools in the main to drive climate change response in the country, from the days where we developed the white paper and we undertook flagship research, the scenario work that is known to most of you. But we have developed in particular a tool called the Let's Response Toolkit, which was really a tool that we utilized to inform planning at a local level, at a local sphere. We worked with district municipalities to integrate climate change response into their district plans, into their development planning system. And we use such tools to build the capacity of the local sphere, but also to just empower them to see how they will go about mainstreaming climate change into their planning system. We collaborated with the Green Book, with CSIR to develop the Green Book, which in essence is an interactive tool that highlights the national trends and the projections, projected changes for both the coastal flooding, wildfire, drought, and settlement, among other things. And we have been working with the CSIR as our partner to roll out the Green Book across the various districts, across the local sphere, just to capacitate them on the utilization of the Green Book, because we working within what is called the district development model, where the strategy is in essence to empower the districts to be able to build their capability and capacity to respond to climate change. And we continue to work with the CSIR in this regard. We further worked with CSIR in partnering to develop the National Coast and Vulnerability Index, which also support the coastal provinces in undertaking risk and vulnerability assessments, but most importantly, in helping them to identify the risk and be able to build the much needed adaptive capacity, reducing the vulnerabilities within the coastal provinces. And we continue to roll out the capacitation of the local sphere on the utility and utilization of the National Coast Vulnerability Index as a tool. We developed the National Framework on Climate Services, and this framework, in essence, was aimed at uniting the climate information producers and the climate information users together, and ensure that there is an interface, there is a collaboration, so that when the climate information producers put together the knowledge product or the climate information product, are able to take into account the user's needs. And this is one of the key strategy document that we really working towards facilitating its implementation, because we believe without climate information, it's going to be very difficult for us to plan for adaptation. So we utilize the framework on climate services to bring together all key role players within the climate information space to collaborate and work with us to really ensure that we enhance climate information generation, but also ensure that there is access from the user's perspective. We develop what you call the framework on risk and vulnerability assessment, which become one of the important tools that is going to help us to facilitate, capacitation across every stakeholder that is undertaking climate risk and vulnerability assessment, just to ensure that they are a bit guided and they are able to utilize these tools to test it on ground. And we have started testing it. We are undertaking risk and vulnerability assessments to the human settlement priority areas that have been gazetted by the Department of Human Settlement. And we believe this is going to be one of the the game changers, where the department would now be able to ensure that as they plan the human settlement, climate consideration are taken into ground. So we are aiming to collaborate with the Department of Human Settlement to undertake the risk and vulnerability assessment of all the gazetted human settlement priority areas. So that's how we are approaching it, and we believe that we will be able to make great progress in that regard. And I think we've been using the knowledge that has been generated through you and the partners. As you're well aware, we have our nationally determined contribution, which demonstrated an increase in ambition, which has been, of course, submitted to the UNFCCC. We, of course, through the work of the Presidential Climate Commission, they've developed a just transition framework that becomes another very important instrument that enable us to respond to the challenges of climate change. And we're working with key stakeholders to develop what we call now the investment plan, climate change, national climate change adaptation investment plan. And this investment plan will, to a greater extent, enable us to unlock investment to support building resilience, to support reducing vulnerability within the country in areas that are affected by climate change. We, of course, have the research agenda, the National Climate Change Adaptation Research Agenda, which we believe will be very central in galvanizing the research work across the different organizations, so that we're able to really benefit as policymakers from the knowledge that is being generated, research that has been undertaken by different spheres of society, and we trying to coordinate and ensure that climate change research also become one of the key area of focus in the country. And one of the key strategies that we develop, which we believe is an anchor strategy, is the National Climate Change Adaptation Strategy that Neville touched on. And this is a strategy that galvanizes all role players, all sectors of society, to really pick different interventions areas and strategic objective of reducing vulnerability, building resilience, and just to really coordinate climate change adaptation response across the country. And finally, we develop what we call the low emission strategy that also has been deposited to the UNFCCC. And in this regard, I think it's very clear that we have developed a number of tools, strategy document, policy document, but we noticed the gap in terms of the legal sphere. That's when we started to develop the climate change bill, which I think if you have been following, there has been some milestone where the bill has been presented in Parliament. It went through the portfolio committee, and it has now last week went through the National Assembly, and it is heading to the National Council of Provinces, and post that it will then be submitted to the Office of the President to be ascended into law. And I think this will be one of the great milestones in building a legal framework that would guide and regulate the activities and the work on climate change in the country. And I just want to touch on this climate change bill as one of the much needed legal framework to regulate the activities of climate change and ensure effective response across the society at large. That one of its objectives is really around providing a coordinated and integrated response to the impact of climate change, but to also provide for an effective management of inevitable climate change impacts by enhancing our adaptive capacity, strengthening resilience, and reducing vulnerability of our society and our economy. And this bill also, as you're well aware, we are party to the United Nations framework on climate change and the Paris and its Paris Agreement. So as such, the bill will enable us as a country to make a fair contribution to the global efforts to stabilize the greenhouse gas concentration to the atmosphere at a level that avoids dangerous interference with the climatic system. And just to really touch on the heart of the bill a little bit, to say, I mean, the bill is framed on the basis of the principle of the National Environmental Management Act, meaning that it's going to be a specific Environmental Management Act that will be implemented, of course, in conjunction with the NEMA, and it will be, in our view, very much central to ensuring that we have a well-functioning ecosystem that provides for. I just want to check if I'm still available. Are you still able to hear me? Neville?
Yes, we can still hear you.
Oh, perfect. I thought I was losing you.
No,
yes.
Well.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. What I was saying is the bill will be able to enable us to provide a fair contribution to the global sphere in terms of reducing the emission. And it touches on a number of areas that I thought let me underscore for this conference. One is the whole issue of strengthening the institutional mechanisms where the Presidential Climate Commission will play an advisory role, will be established by law to play an advisory role on just transition, bringing in stakeholders from all different spheres of society, government, business, labor, to ensure that they are able to play the advisory role for government. And it also ensures, as we're well aware, that the provinces and the municipalities are at the receiving end, and they are also at the interface. It will really empower the provincial structures to really be able to address the issues of climate change, but also empowering them by law now to develop the response plans that will respond to the climatic hazard and risks that are very pertinent to their policy space and jurisdictions, to make sure that whatever designs that are made, responses that are made, are very responsive to the tailor-made are tailor-made, responsive to the challenges that they face on ground. The bill also would provide a mechanism for the support, both to finance the climate change response and planning and implementation by national, provincial, and local government. As you're well aware now, there is absolutely even no resources for climate change, but there should be a mechanism that will be put in place on how do we support particularly the province and the local sphere to respond to climate change. And just briefly, as I wrap on the bill, it has both the component of mitigation and adaptation, and of course on the adaptation component, it to really going to empower government to enforce the implementation of adaptation measures. and among other things to include the building of climate resilient infrastructure, enhance our early warning system, and of course ensure that our planning tools be the national adaptation plan is also sanctioned by law, undertaking of the scenario work that I believe will benefit from most of the technical work that the representation of organizations that are in this house would be able to provide, so that we are able to really do a proper planning. And on the mitigation side of things, the focus will be around emission reduction. And of course, they will be looking at the development of instruments such as the carbon budget, that will be targeting the industries and the sectoral emission targets that will be more of a focusing on the policy measures, across the different sector, just to contribute towards us achieving our nationally determined contribution. In a nutshell, I think I just wanted to highlight some of this development. And as indicated, I would really appreciate some comments, feedback, as we grappling with these complex issues, trying to bring quite a lot of stakeholders together to address the issues of climate change. And as you may be well aware, this transcends the different spheres of society. We believe we can really benefit from the rich, conversations and the output of research that different institutions are involved in. And we stand ready to build partnerships with all stakeholders available and relevant to address the issue of climate change. Neville, I'll stop here and maybe allow, whether it's a reflection, observation, I would really very much welcome that, so that as we continue with our work, we really are able to draw lessons from people that are working in different spaces. Thanks, and over to you.
Thank you very much. There's applause in the room. So I've made a couple of notes on behalf of the audience. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. I'll kind of interview you on what you've spoken about, please. I mean, it's incredibly impressive array of initiatives and of policies and of actions. You mentioned a number of tools, a number of frameworks and processes that you're involved in, and it's deeply impressive. I guess my question, I have a couple of questions about this. In terms of moving from that stage of policy development, of the legal development, into implementation of some of these tools and activities, my question is, what are the biggest challenges that we face in terms of trying to implement some of that, some of this at the levels, the local levels that you spoke about? So that's one question I have. My second question, if you want, I'll repeat them later, is how do we in South Africa balance our international commitments and the role that we are playing internationally with our local development needs? Is there a tension between those, and how do we manage those? And then I think for this audience in particular, I'd like to ask, you've mentioned this, the role of research, and in particular of climate-based research, climate-orientated research. How can we encourage this group of scientists, many of whom are emerging scientists, young professionals, encourage them to ensure that the work that they do ends up in policy, in the form of policy actions which are responding to the research results? So those are three difficult questions. In summary, really how we move to more implementation, how we reconcile international with local development needs, and the role of research. And then I have a final question, which I'll ask you at the end, possibly if we have time, and then I'll open to the floor. So can I leave you with those, just to think about those easy questions? Thanks.
Now, thanks. Do you want me to start with, then we'll take follow-up?
Yes, if you don't mind, I'm going to look for the roving microphone.
Yes. No, I think that you are raising the very much important issue around implementation, which we, have been working very closely with different partners to try and unlock implementation. But there are a number of challenges that we need to deal with. One is the issues of capacity. And this capacity goes beyond, the nation. It's just at a local level, there's an issue of where we need to build capacity, support the local sphere of government, the provincial spheres of government. And that is why in the bill we have developed a clause that calls for an establishment of mechanism that will support finance and support the local sphere in responding to climate change. This issue of capacity, Neville, in multi-prong. One is the human resource capacity, two is the financial resources, three, it might be the technical capacity that we want to address through the mechanism that is being called upon within the climate change bill. The second issue really around implementation is our ability to access resources, particularly from the multilateral financial institutions. It's something that we've been speaking about. We've been working very closely with DBSA and SANBI so that we'll be able to access the large scale of resources that is being channeled through the multilateral finance institution to support developing country. DBSA has been in the forefront, and SANBI will also be supporting projects to this multilateral finance mechanism. And I think if, in my view, we are able to move implementation at scale, that's where we'll be able to see the impact. The issue of balancing international commitment and developmental needs. And I think it comes quite a lot where you get a sense that people are saying we neglecting that balance. The Paris Agreement is calling for what we call nationally determined contribution. It simply means that we'll make contribution based on our own capability and also being able to balance this national and international commitment. We definitely, in our design of our NDC, we take into account our developmental needs. We take into account, the triple bottom challenges of poverty, unemployment, and so forth. So whatever commitment that we make, we'll have taken into account all these developmental needs. And there is no way that we will just, that's why we're talking about transition, because we are acknowledging that there is a need to development. However, that development needs to be balanced, to ensure that we meet our needs, but also moving more towards building a climate resilient society. The role of research, Neville, we embarked on the National Climate Change Adaptation Research Agenda, solemnly for the reason of us collaborating with any research institution, academia, to ensure that we are able to get the research output so that the work that they do can really provide an input into the policy development process. We currently have what we call the technical working group. On the technical working group, time and again, we invite almost every role player, to share with us the documents, the knowledge products, the research processes that they are involved in. And this helps us to be able to make a follow through that when we develop, whether it's going to be a policy intervention, whether it's going to be a detailed program design, we are able to be informed by the research. And this is open call. My contact will be available, Neville. You can share with them. Anyone who really have some work that is ongoing, we are willing to invite them to our key stakeholders. This is a community of adaptation practitioners, including researchers and everyone, so that we can be able to firstly get to know what is happening, and secondly to access the knowledge output. And going forward, we build partnership with all these key stakeholders. I think I'll stop here, Neville, for now, and allow other questions to come through. Yeah.
Thank you. I think the latter is really an important role for SASREAX, actually, something which we should discuss later. I'm a bit conscious of time now because we actually have load shedding at 10 o'clock, and that means that Stuart, who is coming to speak next, is going to be cut off towards the end of his talk, although we're going to swap over to another power source. But before we let you go, Clue, let me just see if there are anyone in the audience that has a comment or a question for Clue, or whether we can let him go. I'll give you 3 seconds. 1, 2, no. Okay, we have got one. That's Reiki. Reiki, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. I just wanted to find out this national climate change research agenda. Is it a document? I've never come across it before.
Did you get that, Claire?
Come again? I
The
missed it.
national climate, was it an
you
adaptation
said-
research program that you spoke about, or agenda?
National climate change research agenda.
National climate change research agenda.
Is it a document?
Is that a document, or is it something which we can look at?
It is.
Don't have internet.
It is a document readily available. Neville, let's get in touch. We can disseminate. Whoever wants, it's a living document just to galvanize the research community to work with us. Whoever wants to add or provide any inputs into it is welcome, but it's a living document. I will, through you, Neville, share it with the entire stakeholder.
Thank you. I'm going to have to call the meeting at this presentation at this point. So, Clue, it remains for me to thank you for taking the time out. I know that you're incredibly busy, but I'm also confident that we're in very good hands with somebody who's really got a proper understanding of the issues and is really playing a critical role in helping develop the right kinds of policies that the country needs. So we're really grateful for your time, and we thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Neville. Thank you, colleagues.
Okay, so that's that one. And now I'm handing over to Jessica. Oh no, it's Rebecca. We will introduce now. We do have an issue at 10 o'clock. You might be cut off, but we do have a backup which will take a few minutes to kick in. Okay.
All right, well, good morning and welcome to the second day. Well, I guess we've already been welcomed. Welcome again to the second day of SASREAX. We have a really interesting talk today from Prof. Stuart Pickett, who's been involved in SASREAX for a long time as well. Prof. Pickett is a professor and the director of the School of Geo and Spatial Science at the Northwest University, where he's also a co-chair of the Eskom Power Plant Engineering Institute. His early work began way back in Safari, right? Focusing on a lot then on atmospheric physics, the transport of atmospheric pollutants. You will have seen a lot of beautiful graphs of aerosols and pollution moving around the Highveld from Stuart's work. So a lot of linkages between atmospheric composition, meteorology, and climate, and aerosol cloud microphysics. I think, and from this title, he'll be talking also about a lot of his work in air quality. He's done a lot of focus in low-income settlements, focusing really on improving air quality for the most vulnerable people. So I'm excited to introduce our third keynote, but second keynote of the day, Prof. Pickett.
Thanks, Rebecca. I'll set my timer for 25 minutes and then we don't have to worry about load shedding. So my talk today really is looking at how do we manage air quality moving forward and the challenges associated with air quality in South Africa. And by doing that, ensuring that we have a science-based approach. You know, as the world has moved out of the non-science-based politics of the past 5-6 years, I mean, you really get a sense that there was doubt cast upon whether or not science-based policy is really important. And what I hope that I will, message I'll deliver today is that I think that science-based policy is essential. And if we're not basing our policies on facts and science and what we know and not what we presume or that the popular view, then I suspect we're in big trouble, and we'll spend an awful lot of money doing an awful lot of nothing. So let me acknowledge that, of course, the work that I present today is not based only on my own work, but on our members from the Climatology Research Group at Northwest University, and before when we were at WITS, as well as the collaborators from the CSIR and in our UP and many others around the world. First of all, let us acknowledge that in 2004, we made a huge step change in our way in which we approached air quality. And I'm going to focus only on air quality today. The Air Quality Act that was passed in 2004 and has been updated subsequently as we've gone through was really a massive shift of outdated policy towards forward thinking and progressive law. And the process to achieve that and these milestones was characterized, in my view, by proactive government leadership, collective sense of responsibility, cross-sectorial cooperation, broad-based dialogue and consultation, and effective and efficient management of the processes from within government. I'm going to try my best not to comment too much on government today. But that really is what built the 2004 law. And I think it was a milestone and a key to the way in which the law was adopted very quickly and was accepted by all stakeholders in South Africa. Since then, we've moved on. And we'll have a look at that. So, again, what have we achieved? What do I think that we've achieved? Well, I think we have very good policy, just like in every aspect of South African society. We cannot often criticize the policies that we have put in place. Of course, it's not at the policy that we fall short. We can gather around and talk for weeks and months and get together and win Rugby World Cups together. But after that, when we come to the implementation of something new that's going to make the difference, then we're missing, right? Then the bomb squad is not there. So policy development is great. Implementation frameworks and structures are great. We have them. Processes and procedures are ad nauseum. We have them. They're on the webpage. You can go and find them. Skills development and capacity expansion. If you looked at the first Lekgotla of air quality that happened post 2004, just before 2004, it was a very small little meeting. If you go to the Lekgotlas now, we have hundreds of people sitting in a room. I'm accepting that they're all capacitated and have skills. Air quality management plan development is in place, and we have them for many of the major metros in South Africa. Priority area declarations, which was in the bill, air quality monitoring and reporting. You can go to SASREAX and look at air quality and emissions reporting and inventory development. That stuff is all in place, and yet, so, you can go to SASREAX and you can see air quality at, probably 50, 60 stations at any one point. What is the air quality? You can see how well we're compliant with the emissions inventory. I mean, this is 2019. About 93% of industries were compliant, but yet we're still out of compliance in air quality. We cannot meet our air compliance standards. So what it shows me is, and that's, whether you're looking at the Vaal Triangle or you're looking at the Highveld priority area, both of those are priority areas. Areas where we've put all the resources that we've got into small areas so that we could improve air quality. We haven't moved the bar. Now, let's be clear. This is PM, and everybody that says, yes, but SO2 is compliant. Yes, but SO2 was always compliant. SO2 was always compliant. We've been monitoring this stuff a long time. There are very few places in the country where SO2 was not compliant. So what do we do as a group? Do we stand and shout passionately about things that are terribly wrong? So we try not to do. So in the climatology group, we try to understand the drivers of air pollution and exposure. And you'll see I don't go to the health impacts because we're very bad at doing it. If you want to look at the health impacts, look at those posters at the back. there's people that are really good at that. We don't do health impacts, we do exposure. And we try to do that sufficiently well in order to successfully intervene to improve air quality in highly impacted areas of South Africa, in areas where people are having problems from air quality, not just generally all over the country, not a very useful thing to do. So we do that by understanding the current state of air quality, and I'll go through these processes and show that, understand the variability of air quality, which is enormous, understand the sources and the relative contributions of each of those sources, evaluate the impacts and what interventions we might put in place to reduce those emissions, assess the cost benefit of interventions over time, because we do not have an endless resource in South Africa. It is clear that we need to spend our resources extremely cleverly because we don't have a growing economy at the moment, and explore the boundaries of air quality. The notion that air quality exists only outside is something very foreign to me. The notion that you can separate the air that you breathe inside and the air that you breathe outside is very foreign to me, but very prominent in our current thinking in South Africa. And those boundaries are ridiculous. They're ridiculous. So unpacking air quality and finding solutions requires a deep understanding of the problem, which includes some of the following. First of all, we need to understand the areas that we're working in. A slide from Rebecca here, where we've been working in the greater Johannesburg area. We need to understand where the population are, and we need to understand where the population is changing. Because if we have interventions and we only intervene in places where there's problems, and then those places change, it's one of the big issues that industry have with offsets, is that if I have an intervention today, I make the air quality clean, and then in 5 years' time, there's another 100,000 people living in that area. Now I don't have air quality clean anymore. Now what? So we do need to understand that dynamic in South Africa. These areas are changing very rapidly. So we need to understand air quality through the monitoring station. So for example, again, from the greater Johannesburg area, we can see we have a good network of air quality monitoring stations, not all of them giving us the best data, not all of them giving us data that we can actually use for analysis, but we can get a good sense of what the air quality looks like in the greater Johannesburg area. We need to have sites where we've characterized not only the air quality, but we know what the sources are. And we've done that, for example, in this area where we've chosen 4 sites that were representative of the population exposure, the sources that contributed. And we can see in the greater Johannesburg area, do you think we don't have a problem? Again, this is the different PM10, PM2.5, the lines give us the standard. You can see in the greater Johannesburg area, we do not meet the standard almost ever at any site. So we spent, it's now 20 years working on air quality. And the depression that starts to set in is we haven't moved the bar 1 dot. So if we take air quality as an indicator of how we're going to manage climate change and climate change greenhouse gas emissions mitigation, you kind of become forensically, passionately depressed. So we need to understand things like variability, diurnal variability, monthly variability. And of course, this is what we do ad nauseum. We need to check that our data is right. After doing lots of measurements, we need to make sure that the data that we collect is aligned with the monitoring stations and that there aren't problems with our instrumentation, which we found, for example. We need to know where the sources are and how they impact on our measurements. So we have a good understanding of the relative contribution of local sources, which sometimes are quite easy to resolve. And then a large scale, regional scale sources, which are a little bit less complicated to resolve. But there are some local sources which are also complicated to resolve because politically they are hot potato. Politically, they're not so easy because to reduce domestic burning emissions is not so simple. To tax the poor because they're burning is not so simple to do. In fact, it's unethical. Of course, in the last few years, we've been trying to understand the source contributions and this really make this about the science, understanding the contributions. Where do we put our efforts? And I'm glad to see we're not the only group. The group from UP, a fantastic poster at the back on source apportionment using PMF and principal components analysis. And we need more of that work. It's critically important that all the air quality planning gets done on source contributions. We talked about greenhouse gas and climate change attribution yesterday. This is exactly the same thing, right? We need to work on the things that are making the biggest contribution to the problem. So, for example, we've done source apportionment studies around the Highveld region where we can start to have a good idea. And again, if you look at the poster at the back, you'll see that our relative contributions from the different major sources are not that different. And we know now what the major sources are. Sadly, we know what they are, but our policy has not changed a dot. We're still trying to control sources that make a very small contribution to the exposure that people have. So are we getting it wrong? I mean, our calculations wrong, our model's getting it wrong. So can we make a comparison? Again, so here we compare model data from CAMEX at CSIR to our source apportionment data. And although you can look at the fine detail and say, well, you didn't get that right, and the error bars are bigger on this one. No, well, I mean, take your glasses off for a minute. I do a model thing. The results look fantastic from the back of the hall. But they look pretty good. I mean, we can argue about the small percentage of changes, but the big sources we're getting right, whether we source apportioning them or we modeling them. So what do we do with that data? So we've been working with the EASA using the gains model to say, okay, we know what the major sources are. And I've listed them in the priority, which I think they should be listed. And by the way, we're busy with the non-industrial emissions inventory where we ask people in the sector, can you prioritize the sources in South Africa and what you think their long-term trends are? And the priorities are fairly similar to mine. It's not like I'm living in some vacuum, in some ivory tower in Potchefstroom. And just by the way, Potchefstroom does not have any ivory towers. Okay. So we try to use the model to say, well, what can we do to reduce air pollution and make a difference? And so this is basically trying to use a model to say, well, in this case, domestic burning, we replace all domestic burning with LPG stoves. And what is the response to that? You can see the gray line, and you can get an almost immediate response. We can replace all domestic burning with electricity. Of course, that would be the #1 priority in South Africa if we had electricity. Right? So that would be kind of where we were at. Right? Or we could say, well, let's do both. And let's transition from, let's put cleaner stoves into houses and see what happens. And then we transition them to LPG gas, and then we transition them to electricity, just like the energy ladder works. Let's do it as the energy ladder works. As people get more resources, they climb up the energy ladder. Let's make our transition the same. So we've been trying to do that. So we've been building stoves, trying to build stoves. We've been well, in my mind, is mass producing. 50 of these stoves took the 5 years of my life, right? Building stoves, putting them into a community or two communities, and then measuring what the emissions are, measuring what the differences are, and deciding whether or not this is a good or bad idea. Let's not mass produce, these horrible stoves and then decide after we spent $1 billion, actually, the people think the stove is really awful, right? The World Bank does that, right? They put stoves into Africa, and when they go back 5 years later, they go, where's the stove? I don't know, some old man sitting on it outside, but not hot anymore. It's just a chair. Let's do that in South Africa. We don't have the resources to do that in South Africa. And let's Let's engage with the community and see that what we're doing is what they want, number one. What we're doing is going to make a change in their lives. And what is it that their lives are like at the moment? Do we actually know that? Does the big fat white guy from Northwest actually know what it's like to live in a township in Oranieville? No, I mean, I don't, you know. When we were given the Oranieville township, which is where we're working at the moment, I thought there were 50 or 60 houses. So that was the sensible thing. Let's go to a township where there's very few houses, where we can change all the stoves and see that it makes an impact both indoors and outdoors. Turns out Oranieville has 2,000 houses, right? Not exactly what I expected when I got there. We should know that. Okay, and so we can, you know, then model what the reduction might look like, what the source contribution might look like over time. This is our reference year. This is if our current legislation is kept in place. You know, does it look like current legislation is going to make a difference in 2035? I wouldn't be happy with that, you know. Or let's use alternative scenarios, but let's just have a look at the price of it. You know, billions of US dollars. There's a big difference in what we need to do, of course, and how much it's going to cost. But if we want to change air quality, this is what we need to be thinking about and spending our money wisely. Does the government have the money to do that? They don't. They need to do partnerships. They have to have partnerships. And of course, that's our big message. There needs to be a holistic approach to air quality. I've already said, you know, can we really say that indoor air quality is different to outdoor air quality? If you close your door or you close your window, the outdoor air quality no longer is important. Or the indoor air quality is better somehow than the outdoor air quality, or that the sources inside are less important to the exposure that people have indoors. Of course, that's complete nonsense. It is just nonsense, right? So we have to approach both, and we have to make a difference in both those environments because they both air pollution. Okay, let's look at this. So if we look at the townships that we've worked on, you know, there's the standard. You think that ambient air quality is bad, try living indoors in a township. Try living indoors in a township. Now, if you go to downtown Sandton and you live in a nice little house in Sandton, the indoor air quality in your house is not like this. It doesn't look like this. In fact, even if we compare KwaZulu-Natal to Hendrina, which are only 5 kilometers apart, a historically white area, historically disadvantaged or township area, it looks the same. Hendrina is clean, the historically disadvantaged area or township is not clean inside. People are breathing dirty air, both in the ambient environment and the indoor environment. That's what we need to focus on. What are the sources completely different? Well, they're not completely different. Surprise, surprise, the air from the outside gets in and the air from the outside gets out. But let's separate them. It's very clever to do that. Just absolutely wonderful to do that. I don't know how, maybe we can put a filter on every house. When you go out the door, you don't go out. Oh, wait, you have to go out and in. Sorry. Just to highlight the point, where do people get exposed the most? So this is in Lebohang, another township on the Highveld. So if we do a weighting, and it's a health weighting, so integrated population weighted exposure, we don't do health impacts, we do exposure. Where does the exposure come from? The blue bars are indoor air. The blue bars are indoor air, but we're not going to deal with indoor air. So we need to embrace, of course, diverse technology. And so I was happy to see there's a lot of Lerato showing the use of tropomi as a mechanism for understanding air quality. But we do need to validate that data, let me tell you. There's not all the satellite data for Southern Africa is relevant. It doesn't look like it does from the satellites, from the monitoring stations. The NOx data, like this data, is if we look at our station at Wakkerstroom, where we've got a Pandora running, is looking pretty okay. I mean, we think that the two systems, they're not identical, but the patterns that we see are the patterns that we see from the satellite. If you do the same for particulate matter, I can tell you the answer is they're not the same, they don't look alike, and they are horrible to use as a proxy. So air quality planning, I'm still on time, good. Air quality planning. So we have air quality management plans. I don't, maybe 100, I mean, it's hundreds too many. I think there's hundreds. There's some really good ones, and there's some that have spent millions and millions of rands on. And there's some that are just awful that, you know, the municipalities, I think, spend 55 rand on. And we did an assessment of them recently. Part2 from our group did an assessment. Sorry, I should have put his name there. So what came out of the assessment? The air quality management plans that we develop are far too complicated. Like our policies, we try to do the best job we can. We assume we are a first world country. So we put in first world policies, we put in first world technologies, and then when it comes to implementation, we miss the first deadline that the air quality management plan has. They all have short-term objectives, medium-term objectives, long-term objectives. And 1 month after publishing the objective, we've missed the first objective. The whole air quality management plan is rendered useless because we never meet another objective after that. We just spent 10 million bucks on this thing. They're too complicated. The source contributions and characteristics for each air quality management plan region were poorly understood. And that's usually when you give the air quality management plan to some dodgy consultant who doesn't have the time or the money, or basically, you know, tendered as low as they possibly could and then did nothing. You don't do air quality management plans from your desk. You don't do it from your desk or your ivory tower at, let me say, at Wits, because Wits does have an ivory tower. Francois. We don't have enough capacity in government and in the private sector to implement the complex plans. So we do have a much greater capacity, human capacity in South Africa, but we still don't have enough capacity. And of course, when we thought of the Air Quality Management Act in 2004, what we should have thought when we put it in place, and I say we as if I was massively involved, patients will tell you that other scientists, much better scientists than us, were involved. We didn't think of what the costs were going to be to our plan, to our act. And really, that was underestimated. And the air quality management plans were found to be ineffective tools to manage air quality. And you just have to look at the data to see that, right? We haven't moved the bar 1 dot. And of course, the department will stand here and say that that's not true. And okay, they can show me the data, but in my mind, we haven't moved it. We haven't certainly moved the 2 dots. Okay, so lost opportunities and risks. Of course, there's a command and control approach to air quality in South Africa. And as Part2 points out, this implies a lack of innovation and a deficiency of incentive-driven thinking for air quality management in South Africa. We're a developing country. We need to be thinking on our feet all the time because things are changing all the time. In 2008, before December 2008, who would have thought that we wouldn't have electricity for 15 years? Who would have thought that? In 2006, Eskom was voted the best run electricity utility on the planet. In 2008, they switched the lights off in December when I was in a movie on holiday. What the hell happened in between? That was a year. That was 1 year. So there's 2 important examples where we need to think innovatively. First is emissions offsets, which is a thing that's been talked about for a long time. But in my mind, currently, the government makes the command and control tool of offsets and the implementation of them impossible to implement. Because they don't think of it as a serious way to address air quality issues. They think of it as kind of a stopgap, which then nobody wants to implement because who wants to spend R1 billion on a stopgap? Industry, on the other hand, think of it as a short-term, cheap and nasty way to get out of meeting the emission standards. And that also needs to change. If you put an FDG on your plant, I can tell you, buddy, it's going to cost you hundreds of millions of rands to maintain that FDG every year. The offset should cost you the same amount of money every year, and then offsets will work. We need to think about proportional emission standards. Does it really necessary for every plant in South Africa to have the same emission standards? Whether we build it in the Vaal Triangle, where we have some of the most polluted areas in the world, or if we build it.
Could we build it? Build it.
But it's not going to be able to charge that.
So let's have different air quality emission standards where if the air quality is not so bad in one place, let's give you a different emission standard to other places until we reach a stage where we need to think about
You? No.
I think there's some advantages to that. One is that it spreads the air quality, the emissions around the country. The solution to pollution has always been dilution. Don't concentrate things together, separate them apart. It also means that there's the potential for jobs moving outside of the Vaal Triangle, outside of Johannesburg, outside of Gauteng. It's a simplistic view, it's a very academic view of the world. Because
Okay, thanks, to try and project on one. Thank you very much, Stuart, for this wonderful keynote and your passionate reflection of your own work over so many years and decades. Really wonderful to listen to you. My question is, in the context of our just transition in the front out of coal, clearly it's going to take still decades. We hope only two, but we're not convinced of it. So the work that you are and your group are doing and your colleagues in the field are doing will remain relevant for many decades. But after explaining to us so clearly all these challenges, can you maybe give us a vision of how South Africa may look like if this transition really plays out as it's true? Will moving out of coal solve almost all our air quality problems? What will remain after?
We work with a coal research group at Northwest University. And the argument that we've been having with these engineers, and they've come to the realization, is that they were so focused on being a coal group. And I said, guys, let's think about this. You need to have a group that's going to be relevant for your students. And think of you're 100 years old, you're like me. I mean, you're going to be gone. Will your group survive the next decade or 2 decades? The climatology research group was founded in 75 or something. Will it still be here in 50 years' time? Will that legacy continue? If you just want to study coal, and of course the answer is, of course that's not true. Right? We have to be thinking about the transition, and we have to be thinking about a just transition in the South African context. And just like everything in the South African context, I think it's complicated. Because I think in the industrial space, there can be a just transition away from coal. Fairly simply, we just got to shut down coal. We have to replace it with something, but there are other options. The problem at the moment in South Africa is that the just transition in the domestic space is much more complicated. Because you need to fund that just transition. You can't expect poor people to fund their own transition. And not only do you have to fund it, you have to subsidize it into the medium term. And so, for example, when Eskom started having their issues in 2008, you saw solar geysers going up everywhere. I don't know, I'd love to know who made gazillion dollars on the solar geyser sales in South Africa in 2009, 2010. Drive around the country now and find one of those solar geysers that still works. I'm sure there must be. I can tell you that there aren't any in Potchefstroom that's full. So you see, that's the complexity in South African society. I mean, in principle, those houses should have had hot water for 50 years. But you can't just sell people a device or put a device on their roof and say, good, you've got hot water now, see you in the next life. It doesn't work. Just like you can't put a stove in their house and say to them, guys, here's a clean stove. It's going to make your life so much different. Your children are going to have less asthma, and all they hear is wow, 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 thinking. So how am I going to light the stove next week? Because I don't have money for wood, I don't have money for coal. And in our project, during our project when we were here, there were 2 houses that said, your stove is leaking emissions into our house. And when we got there, the chimney had been blocked because they hadn't used wood to light it. They'd used plastic to light it. They didn't have money to buy the wood. So now we have a stove which is far worse than the stove that we just replaced because the chimney gets blocked by plastic. So we have to consider that. We have to fix that. And so those are just very simple examples. This transition is critical in the South African context. But as academics, we should. This is easy to do. We should have a little bit of
Well, we should view air quality holistically.
On this insightful presentations with two topics that were discussed yesterday by our panelists and also our presenters for this sessions. Session is themed attribution and machine learning, and we'll start off with Professor Piotr with the title Man Against Machine. How does modern multi-model ensemble seasonal forecast compare to traditional to the traditional Sarkov consensus outlook?
Right. I tend to be. Do you read me? Do you read me? Do you read me? Over. Okay. Can we share the screen? What do I do? I press the button or? Okay, fantastic. So I tend to be misclassified here. Right. The session might be about machine learning, but unfortunately there is no machine learning in this talk. There is just the title, the machine. It was a man and the machine. I got my act straight. Now it's the human versus machine. So very quickly, what I wanted to talk about is the sort of comparison of the seasonal forecast that we all know that is sort of an official forecast for SASREAX region, forecast issued by Sarkov, by Southern African Regional Climate Outlook Forum, versus forecast that comes from an ensemble of dynamical models out there. The idea there is really to bring up to sort of compare two slightly different approaches. The approach that is more sort of that involves humans, actually, that involves expertise, that involves discussions, that involves interaction between people and working with data, interpreting those data, and versus approach that is much more mechanistic, sort of downloading the data, processing them automatically, and generating the forecast. And yeah, that's what I wanted to show it to you. So very quickly, we have those two. I'm not sure whether you are in the seasonal forecasting space. I think quite a few of you are. So you would perhaps have seen the SARCO forecast. That might look like we see it on the left-hand side of the screen. And then we have those forecasts that come from an ensemble of dynamical models. For example, issued by IRI, the Climate Research Institute in New York, or WMO, or some other institutions. So what I wanted to, because at SARCOF, I happen to work in a project that works with Climate Services Center. It's the Climate Services Center, an institution that issues SARCOF forecast. And I wanted to share insights into that process, because it's, we see the forecast, we see the output, we don't really know what is happening inside, how the forecast is generated. So to bring this up a little bit in the stock. So very quickly, SARCOF, the Southern African Climate Research the Southern African Climate Outlook Forum, Southern African Regional Climate Outlook Forum, is one of the many regional climate outlook forums mandated by WMO, and these are sort of processes. Really, it's not an institution; it's a process that is intended to generate climate information at a seasonal timescale, and provide it to sectors, to water resources, disaster relief, energy, and so on, with the intention to guide their decision in preparation for the forthcoming season. And that there is two additional components in that SARCOF process. One is training. That there are people involved who participate in the processes and get trained in the development of the seasonal forecast. Actually, then there is also interaction with the stakeholders. It's also built in, hardwired into that process. And the first SARCOF, we can be proud of it. The first SARCOF was run in September 1997 in Sabah. That's the first event that happened. So that's how the forecast looked like in 1997. This is how it looks in 2023. The colors are strange in this. I'm colorblind, but yeah, the colors should be that map on the right hand side should be cyan, mostly yellow, a little bit of brown. Yeah, that cyan comes out as white for some reason. So anyway, so this is how this forecast. It's basically the same forecast. 1997 was it was a little bit more presented a little bit more crudely, but in principle it's the same thing. So we are talking about the large zones for which we have some sort of signal attached in terms of probabilities. I think we have a pointer. No? So the SARCOF process has essentially two meetings. One meeting is for climate for forecasters. It's called climate experts meeting. That's the meeting when there is a training happens, and what happens there is basically generation of the regional forecast. And then we have a SARCOF forum. That is a forum where the forecasters meet with the stakeholders and discuss what that forecast means for the sectors, and on the basis of that, the seasonal advisory is created. So there are two steps in development of the SARCOF forecast. One is development of the forecast at the country level. Each country generates their own forecast. And it goes like this. Basically, they do statistical forecast for individual stations. and average that forecast within large zones within the country. That the zonal forecast is an output at the country level. And there are two tools involved. One is the CFT, climate forecasting tool developed by SASREAX. One is the CPT, the tool that is developed by IRI. There is a process of some sort of amalgamation of those forecasts from those two different tools. But in principle, this is how it looks like. That, that we have those individual stations that might give a slightly different direction of the forecast. But at the end, those different colors here are sort of averaged to a single response within a particular region. So I can actually bring in a machine learning process here, because the CFT tool that is used in this process here has it was like the pride of the SASREAX community. They've incorporated artificial intelligence algorithm. Well, it sounds grandiose, and it is, because it basically one of the machine learning methods that is substituted there for a regression. So it's not, that's my sort of remark on the application of AI and machine learning in those processes, that we think about this in the context in terms of like ChatGPT type of a thing, but in the meantime, it's just basically nothing else but the substitution of a linear regression with some sort of more black box type of a thing the machine learning model. So that's exactly what happens in this context too. Now, after generating the country level for gets amalgamated into a regional forecast within in particularly defined rules. It's really a discussion between people that they rarely look at the scale of the forecast, and it's really I mean, from my observations, it's really about the dynamics in the room. Who speaks the loudest gets their color sort of propagated into that's the regional map. So the color again is all those colors, this bright colors here, which should be the same. That map would have the same color as the yellow and the dark blue disappears totally in this forest. And Madagascar is the easiest country to do, because they don't have to discuss with any other countries. They usually what they have in the beginning, they have also at the end. So that's a straightforward thing. Now, what the forecast actually shows. So that's a pretty complicated thing. So there are two elements to this. That there are four categories, forecast categories: below normal, normal to below normal, normal to above normal, and above normal, which is sort of the split of the central normal category into two different categories, and it comes from the fact that the forecasters think that they have to give, or they had messages from the politicians, that they don't want to issue a forecast for normal. For them, it's not informative. So the politicians want to have a direction in the forecast. So it's never forecast for normal. It's always forecast in certain direction. So that's how it happens. But formally, if you look at the forecast, there is a table of probabilities. So each of those categories have a different distribution of the normal tercile, standard tercile probabilities, and that's I found it a bit confusing. It took me some time to figure out how these things work, particularly that for example, those classes are come up. They're not sort of they don't emerge from analysis of your country level forecasts through the tercile probabilities, but it's like basically, if you forecast a deterministic forecast falls within that narrow band, that will be given to that value will be given to a station. So there is quite a few processes that are weird, but ultimately we have a forecast emerging from that, and it's not ultimately it's a subjective forecast. emerging from expert interpretation of results of a statistical model. It's absolutely not transparent and most likely not reproducible. One of the problems of the weighted forecast is that use of the large zones for which we have to have a single value, and it's most likely what is happening in most of the cases, that in a particular forecast, you don't really have a uniform anomaly, forecast uniform anomaly across those large zones. So, there is like a mixing of signal, and that wouldn't be that bad, provided those those large regions were interpreted in terms of, sort of in a regional sense. But they don't. Everybody looks at this and says, I'm here, I'm from Harare. Harare is here within that zone. This is the forecast for Harare or for, Mawundo, whatever, whichever place in the SADC region. And that's not particularly good because we tend to aggregate those different signals within those large zones. But what is important there is that ultimately the process of interaction of meeting people created a tight-knit community of regional forecasters. There is quite a lot of lateral transfer of knowledge. They discuss, they exchange the ideas, and I find this process quite empowering for the people participating in this process, and that capitalizes on their experience, whatever level of that experience is, and creates the sense of ownership of the forecast. So there are, we have messages when we try to bring in dynamical forecasts. They say, right, we don't know those models. We don't know who implemented them, who runs them, and so on and so on. But with this forecast, they are much much less tense and much more accepting and understanding. And the colors are terrible. So this is actually the time series of the forecasts, the SARCA forecasts. And an interesting thing is that in all those forecasts since 2011, we never forecasted. There was never, not a single time, a forecast for below normal. And I find it rather disconcerting because we know that the drought is endemic now there, but for some reason they are afraid to do a forecast below normal. This year there is a forecast for one of the seasons in southern Madagascar that is below normal. That's a personal achievement. I was working hard to convince them to actually grave and forecast below normal. Okay, again, terrible color. This is how the forecasts compare to actual anomalies if we sort of use the central SASREAX tool. And this is how the skill of the forecast looks like. So we have a couple of expressions of skill, prompts for over normal or below that. Effective interest rate, it's like a jumble of different forecasts. Also, I won't be explaining them right now, but the point there is like this, that that we have relatively decent skill in quite a few forecasts. Quite a few seasons for above normal and below normal here. We have relatively low peak scores though, because it all depends how we look at what sort of category, how we interpret that forecast actually. So that's a forecast, a comparison of the skill between SARCA here, and this is the C5, the configuration combination that we have forecast this one. And yeah, we have a relatively good skill, good forecast skill in the dynamical model over Tanzania, but elsewhere it seems like the SARCA forecast, in spite of being so methodologically questionable, gives us a relatively good. Let's go here. Okay, so this is if we try to do sort of a summary of the skill of those forecasts across the entire SADC, that's not particularly methodologically defensible approach, but just to illustrate that that we ultimately that ROC score above. So for probability of if we look at probabilities of the forecast, and we look at whether it's able to distinguish, give higher probabilities to above normal rainfall versus below normal rainfall, the SARCA forecast comes on top of all the bunch of dynamical models. neither of those models really have any skill. If we look at two other factors, effective interest rates, so that's like a, if we bet on forecast, on the probabilities of the forecast, again, it should be positive. That's the skillful forecast. They are all bad, but the Sarkov appears to be the least bad. And then if we look at Heidke skill score, so that's sort of, deterministic interpretation, to express the skill of the deterministic interpretation of the forecast. So we sort of look at forecast and say, if it's highest probability for above normal, we say it's going to be above normal, and we act on above normal. So Sarkov is actually abysmally bad. All the other forecasts are good. And that comes from the fact like this, that's if we look at how the other forecasting systems forecast the different categories. There's above normal, below normal. They have a reliability of blood sort of sample difference, pair size uniformly. The Sarkov forecast formally it essentially always predicts normal. Versus observations, it's again Sarkov forecasts. It gives bad representation of the reality. So if you look at from that that interpretation of the scores, we can think about whether Sarkov forecast appears to be better, but is it? So it's actually a tricky thing because it depends how the forecast is interpreted. It can be interpreted through probabilistic information, so through those if it's interpreted through probabilities, and if we acted on those probabilities, it would have been a relatively decent forecast. If we interpreted it deterministically, and if we interpreted deterministically in terms of sort of the fact that that the highest category with the highest probabilities is normal, then it's abysmally bad. We shouldn't do that. But if we interpret it as at the face values, just look at the colors and say, right, if it's above normal, it's going to be above normal, then it's a relatively decent forecast with a decent skill. Right, so just to sum up, it appears that the human is winning over the machine at this very moment although one has to really look out, be aware of how this interpretation of the forecast is, as I was trying to illustrate. And I think it's important element that that there's elements of ownership and empowerment of the forecast with this sort of approach sort of overrides the tendency to move towards the mechanistic interpretation of the dynamical model. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll open the floor up for any questions. We have a hand here at the back.
Thank you very much for an insightful presentation. I'll just like to follow up on the conclusion that it seems like the Sarkov forecast, the probabilistic one, is comparatively doing fairly well relative to the machine learning based one. Just want to, I just want to check if the comparison that you are making is really a fair one, because I would imagine Sarkov forum is dominated by meteorological agencies. They do have access to observations within the respective countries, and this is the basis upon which they run their models. So if you want to do a machine learning based forecast, is it built upon the same observation basis, or is it using different data sets?
Okay, just to clarify, that those forecasts that I was comparing against, they are just the outputs from the dynamical models, calibrated against observations, Yeah, but not, that there isn't any sophisticated machine learning or anything processing. So it's just a calibration, and you basically look at anomalies there. So I think the caveat that I have in this story is that firstly, I wasn't doing a comparison against an ensemble forecast. I was doing comparison against individual models. And we could expect that if the forecast, the ensemble forecast, so if you do a multi-model ensemble forecast, we could probably have a better skill emerging from such a forecast. And also, the caveat there is that calibration that I have done there is a relatively simple one. So that's not a sophisticated sort of post-processing of dynamical models. So I might not be particularly fair in this. What surprises me there in the Sarkov forecast is that, in spite of the sort of deficiencies, methodological deficiencies and questionable steps taken in the process, somehow, that there is that distinction that between the wetter years and the drier years. It's not, I'm not talking about the magnitude of the dryness or wetness, but that there is apparently a signal, as I was trying to illustrate. So that's an important message that we should not obviously. And the motivation of this story really is from the fact that that there are those ideas of introduction of objective seasonal forecasting pushed by WMO, and the understanding of that objective seasonal forecasting is that you sort of abandon the consensus process and take on all the output from dynamical models. And as I said, that in the Sarkov community, there is a reluctance to sort of abandon this and just become basically post-processors of dynamical forecast. And I was trying to have to provide a little bit more nuance to that stuff, so that that change towards the objectivity it's not as, or objectivity understood as just picking up dynamical model output is not necessarily the best outcome for the users of the forecast.
Thank you. Thanks, Rob. We have one question from Christine, and then we move on.
Thanks very much, Peter. I think I missed something. You say the Sarkov consensus forecast is able to distinguish between wet and dry seasons quite successfully. However, I mean, with that one image, except if the colors are really so bad that I didn't see it correctly, it didn't, and I think I heard you saying that they very rarely forecast the below normal category.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Okay, so you see that if you look at the ROC scores, the ROC scores results come from the fact it's a minute difference, because ultimately, the highest the highest probability is always basically because they rarely predict forecast the above normal and below normal. But if you have this skew towards normal to above normal, that category, it has a 35% given to above normal. So that 35% compared to 33 climatology, this is what gives that score. And I was amazed by this, but however I was checking it, this is how it comes out. But again, the bottom line is like this, that, so when one works with this forecast, just forget about the probabilities actually. Just look at the colors and say, all right, above normal, it's above, it's above normal, below normal, it's below normal, not, without sort of going into how strongly below normal or how strongly above normal it's going to be. But there is that sort of signal in that. But that's the only signal that there is.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Prof, we can give him one round of applause again, and then we can welcome Professor Francois Engelbrecht. Thank you, Prof. Francois. Title of his talk today is an African-based convective permitting event attribution system, which links closely to the panel discussion you also alluded towards yesterday.
Good morning, colleagues from my side. I have at last year's conferences reported on the first attribution study we undertook at the time for the Durban floods at the Global Change Institute at WITS, and this has since become a fully developed attribution system. So in this talk, I will report on the progress and the application of the system. Let me first remind everyone about this very first application of the system, which was for those devastating floods in Durban, April 2022. We do have to reflect, of course, on South Africans on what happened in Durban. There are many lessons to be learned. And one aspect we need to explore is the role of climate change in those floods. So the last time I've checked the statistics, more than 540 people have died in the floods. So this is now officially the worst flood disaster in the history of South Africa. There were about 40,000 people that got displaced by the floods. There's much to think about that as well. And finally, what caused the event? The weather system responsible was a cutoff low. And as it moved eastwards across South Africa from the Atlantic, eventually it also generated one of those surface lows of the KwaZulu-Natal coast, as they often do. So there's at least one weather station that reported 450 millimeters of rain in 2 days. And I'll show a bit later on how widely distributed the heavy rainfall was. Now, the day after the floods, the 13th of April, President Ramaphosa was on the scene. He spoke to the relevant communities, of course, and along the way, he also made an important statement, namely that he said, this disaster is part of climate change. It is telling us that climate change is serious. It is here. So the president attributed the event to climate change 1 day after. But he was careful in his language. He was careful. He said it's part of climate change. So we will explore in this talk whether he was correct in saying that. Now, just a few months later, in August and September 2022, there were also the widespread flooding in Pakistan, the monsoon floods. Literally a third of Pakistan was in water. And while those floods were still happening, the Secretary General of the United States, of the United Nations, said that the Pakistan floods are a monsoon on steroids. So he then also attributed the floods to climate change while they were still happening. And the Prime Minister of Pakistan shortly after that said a few interesting statements, but I think I'll just read the second bullet there. He basically said that why should these people suffer from the effects of climate change? Because they're only responsible for about less than 1% of the world's accumulated carbon dioxide emissions. So he was also effectively attributing the floods to climate change. And then he said they want compensation. So he said if these floods were indeed caused by climate change, there should be an approximation of justice for this loss and damage. So he went further and he asked for compensation for the climate change-induced floods in his country. And that is, of course, that's one important reason why scientists are developing climate change attribution systems. And why we've also discussed these to some extent in yesterday's panel discussion. Now, since those events of 2022, there were important further developments that we didn't know at last year's SASREAX conference. Firstly, at COP27 in November last year, there was a breakthrough agreement. At least the developing countries think it was a breakthrough, namely that a loss and damage fund was established. So after many decades of debate and disagreement, the countries now have established such. The details of who will be contributing to the fund, however, remains unclear. And this will be a big discussion a month from now at COP28. But in January this year, many countries demonstrated actually their goodwill, and a number of countries and international donors in the end has pledged $9 billion of funding support for Pakistan on aid plans. So there are many countries and many important donors that are serious and that are putting the money where their mouths are in terms of attribution. So there is a substantial package of support that was awarded to Pakistan in January this year. Now, what about our own region? If we look at the worst flood disaster in our own region's history, tropical cyclone Idai, which killed more than 1,500 people in March 2019, we still don't have an attribution statement that has been undertaken for that disastrous flood event. There are now some developments, and my own institute is involved in a specific project with the colleagues from the UK Met Office and other institutes where we are very likely going to undertake an attribution study for Idai. And in the case of the Durban floods, well, there has now been 2 attribution studies performed for Durban. So let's investigate these. One is the one I'll be reporting on. So if we investigate what happened in Durban, where you see those pink colors on the slides, that's the region that has received more than 150 millimeters of rain over about 3 days. Most of the rain fell in 2 days. This is an analysis of weather stations from the Agricultural Research Council. And there were quite a few weather stations that reported above 200 millimeters of rain and some more than 300 millimeters of rain over in a 48-hour period. So was the worst flood disaster in our country's history climate change induced? The first thing we have to realize is that these cutoff low weather systems have caused very, very, very similar floods in Durban in the past. If you look at those 3 maps, the one on the right-hand side shows the system that caused the Durban floods of April 2022. And the middle weather map shows the cutoff low that caused the September 1987 floods. Now, those floods are known in South Africa as the Durban floods. And more than 500 people lost their lives in the September 1987 floods. Sorry, that is the map at the left-hand side. The one in the middle is April 2019. That's when 80 people died after a cutoff low caused about 170 millimeters of rain in 24 hours in the larger Durban area. And then shortly after the floods, my colleague Stefan Graf at Wits University published a paper on distance. He identified yet another cutoff low that caused a really big flood in Durban in 1856, about 700 millimeters of rain in 3 days. That's also known as the Durban flood. So the point I'd like to make is that with or without climate change, South Africa should have been much, much better prepared for what happened in April 2020. Just 4 years before this event, there was a very similar system that caused 80 people to lose their lives. So since then, there has been a fair bit of writing about the Durban floods. I'm putting there two links. One has been written by my colleague Colleen Vogel and myself. And we just reflected on something that is known to all South Africans, namely that our cities are growing rapidly in an informal way. People tend to live right along the banks of the big rivers below the flood line. They want to be close to where the jobs are. They want to be close to the city center. Want to be close to water. For some reasons, for complicated reasons, but also familiar to all of us, our cities are just not managing to enforce their own zoning regulations. The hard reality is, for as long as we have hundreds of thousands of people in our country living below flood lines and along these steep slopes where the mudslides occur in KwaZulu-Natal, more people are going to die in these heavy producing rainfall weather systems. Heavy rainfall producing weather systems. And what I've since been told is that on the ground in KwaZulu-Natal, people are now living again where people died in the April 2022 floods. But did climate change make these floods worse? So if we start to investigate this, starting by also looking at the dynamics of the weather system, just as we can depict it from satellite pictures, there were some peculiar aspects about this weather system. Once the cutoff low moved into the Indian Ocean, as they usually do, it generated a surface low over the ocean. And that's because of the conservation of absolute vorticity as the system moves from the plateau over the coastline, as the dynamic meteorologists in the audience will know. But this system developed some strange features once it was over the ocean. And I'll show some of the analysis in more detail later on. But for a start, there was a swirling cloud mass that formed and something that resembled the eye of a tropical cyclone. Now, of course, this wasn't a tropical cyclone, but the system was identified at the time of its occurrence as the first subtropical low-pressure system occurring south of 30 degrees south by the French Forecasting Center at La Réunion. So let's explore what we can learn about the dynamics of the system by making use of the new attribution system. So this weather system, this attribution system runs on the South African Center for High Performance Computing on the Lingao cluster. What distinguishes it from these operational attribution forecasts that are being issued almost in real time now, and mostly by the Weather Attribution Service, the World Weather Attribution Service, is the disseminations are being undertaken at the convection permitting resolutions. So we say our attribution system is a kilometer scale system. When we apply it to a specific weather system, we center the domain to be over the area of action where the event occurred. In this specific case, the domain was centered over Durban, and it covered an area of 2,000 by 2,000 square kilometers at a resolution of 4 kilometers in the horizontal. But that means this system has a chance to simulate the dynamics of this mesoscale load that was an important factor contributing to the floods, as opposed to these global attribution studies where these systems cannot be used. These types of systems cannot be used. So the method deploys 64 different ensemble members that are set up using a perturbed physics approach. So to explain briefly how this works, the model was initialized in the early morning hours of the 11th of April before the rainfall started. And we first performed 64 realizations or simulations of the action event. Each one had different settings for atmospheric physics. Then we repeated the experiment for a theoretical cold world. So we removed the temperature trend from the simulations for the sea surface temperature and through the troposphere. So we generated a cold world using ERA 5 reanalysis data. And we basically inserted the weather system that caused the floods into the climate of April 1979. You can think about it like that. So the climate as it looked like 40 years ago. And then we repeated the experiment. We also additionally removed the moisture trend. So remove all this additional moisture we have in the atmosphere before it warmed. Then in the final experiment, we didn't remove the trend, we added it. And that effectively comes down to exploring the generating a 2045 warmer world. For each of these 3 cases, there are 64 ensemble members, depth physics setup. Now we can explore statistical behavior of the system for a cold world, for today's world, it's April last year's world, and for a future. The first step is just to see how the model simulates the rainfall patterns. That's the median of the 64 ensemble members. And you can see it simulates those precipitation maxima that occurred along the coast. Those dark orange colors are regions where the model simulates more than 300 millimeters to have fallen over the 2 days. This is the main results slide. Top left shows the actual event, the median from the 64 ensemble members compared to the cold world. The greenish colors is where more rainfall occurred in the simulation of the April 2022 event as opposed to the same event in the cold world. There's roughly a 20% increase in precipitation that is simulated for the Durban area. That's when the temperature trend is, that's compared to a colder world where the temperature trend has been removed. Top right is where the moisture trend has also been removed. And then you can see that today's event is simulated to be even wetter than the 1979 event, theoretical event in 1979. And the 2 graphs at the bottom are the same, but now we compare a future warmer world to April 2022, where we add temperature trends all the way through to 2045, and on the right-hand side at the bottom, temperature and moisture trends. And you can see that an even more intense event is simulated for 2045. And this is typically what we would expect from thermodynamics, with more moisture being available from a warmer Indian Ocean, more evaporation, more moisture eventually can become precipitation in the storm system. So these simulations are not really surprising in terms of the results they yield, but they do quantify the extent to which climate change may have intensified the floods. I'll conclude by now reflecting on the dynamics. This is the most interesting part of the analysis, and I think that's another advantage of attribution. It can show us how climate change is changing the dynamics and thermodynamics of weather systems. So on the left-hand side, we are looking at the cutoff low at the state when we initialized the model early in the morning on the 11th of April. And then we are looking at it 56 hours later, now that it has moved over the Indian Ocean. What we can see is that the cold core system has changed. It is now something different right in its center. It has a warm core. So that is an amazing feature of the system. It changed its nature in some way. And the most likely mechanism is from latent heat release, from all the water vapor that was released into the system above the warmer ocean. The control simulation and the ensemble members in the cold world never do that. They do not develop a warm core feature for the cutoff low once it has moved into the Indian Ocean. So to conclude, I would say I think there is an increasing need for us to have these African-based attribution studies available. The Libya floods, I think, require urgent investigation. That was also caused by a relatively small mesoscale weather system. So convective scale systems are important. I think it's good if these types of systems exist in the global south and in Africa, so that we as the African scientists have the ability to perform these types of investigations. There's now one such a system existing at the Global Change Institute, and I think the next application is going to be tropical cyclone Idai. And although climate change, I think has likely made this event about 20% more intense than it was supposed to be, let us also immediately acknowledge that there are immense vulnerabilities in so many of our communities, and that with or without climate change, we need to become much better prepared for heavy rainfall events and flood-induced events in many of our provinces, but starting in KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, Professor Francois. I'll take one question from the floor.
Thank you very much. Very impressive, Francois. It's very sort of good outputs. I work with world weather attribution, and you see the thing is like this, that there are sort of two directions where the attribution work is going. You know, one is sort of research work, which is like yours, and another one is like communications with the work. And the problem with the communications is that this is typically, you know, it's like with the climate projections 20 years ago. We had a model, and, you know, 20 years ago, we would use a single model. These days, you can't. There's like no way that you would use a single model for climate change projections for in that sample. And it's the same thing in the attribution space, that, you know, that all the sort of communication oriented attribution is done on sort of multi-methods, multi-model approach. So I'm not entirely sure, because we are working actually on the development of the African attribution group that work exclusively on African events. And I don't know to what extent it's possible to incorporate. We would be happy to join this sort of group, and whether your deployment time with that model would be appropriate for the deployment to implement a study like this.
Sure. Thanks, Bertie. I think at the moment it's important to realize that these are complementing methodologies. The problem with these big global model ensembles is that they do not resolve mesoscale events such as the ones that cause the dam and floods. So the trade-off in our case is we have a single model that resolves the system, but at such high resolution, it's extremely expensive to obtain these simulations. So in the end, you have to simulate about the year's weather to obtain these results. It's not easy to obtain it at these resolutions. But then the disadvantage is now that are the results perhaps model dependent. So to build an ensemble of these types of simulations, you need more high resolution models. So we will at least undertake one such a study, I think, with the UK methods. That is our formal plan now. But to do this operation is not easy, because you have to simulate a year in a few days' time at very high resolution for each system individually. So I think computational constraints are going to prevent these types of simulations to become truly operational for quite a while, unfortunately.
Thank you, Professor Francois. That concludes this session. I'll just want to give you logistical arrangements or so we'll start the next session on time, 20 minutes from now, 11:30. We do have a poster session scheduled for now. So the poster attendees, if you can be at your posters for a short bit, but I think we'll carry this over into lunch as well a bit. So 20-minute break, and then we'll divide into the next two sessions. We can give our speakers a round of applause and then conclude for now.
Anyone speaking, just a reminder to find me to put presentations on a laptop, please. I'll be at the front.
Oh.
Or maybe she's wanting it to do
Clearly. Okay, then we can. Okay, but which session? That's the document. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Definitely. This is normal you. Which session are you? Okay. Good.
Let's open it up. And then you're in session with A. How do I do that now? Fine. Yeah, I'll put both on. And you can just, and then 3A. I'm not gonna put the PDF down. So now, are we keeping? No, why is it? Why is it all these? Why is 2A and 3A on this?
Because I was moving stuff to my left.
This must not make that.
Yeah, no. Giraffe. By the speakers. Everyone in the conference, sorry for those in here. I'm trying to speak loud enough so that they hear me outside. I'm still missing multiple presentations. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay.
Giving out my email. Where is it? No. None of the above. Johan, by there.
You on?
Let's just make sure.
Of course. How many folks do I have this two on the download folder. Okay, let's continue to find. Okay. So one is in A and one is in B. Okay, so on in session 2A, we have is that in this? That's yesterday, yeah. Yeah, you have to touch that. What are all of these? Yeah.
I'll just.
Oh, okay. So she's there. Sunset, you have. Innocent. Right. So who's oh yeah, he didn't do not A.
Does anyone have a Lenovo laptop? Can we check? He needs a charger quickly.
There's another egg.
And you got in session with Ed. Yeah, you have. So I will just come to the file. Yeah, but I just But yeah, you just load to a question. Okay, here you go. Let me just make sure.
Dumelu Maumi, can you please bring your presentation? Dumelu. Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to session 2A. We're going to be talking about models, climate dynamics, and climate variability. We're going to start the session off with Johan Malherbe from the ARC. From the ARC. Johan's title of his presentation is Decadal Variability and Water Security in the Molopole Catchment.
Morning. I am going to have a quick overview of the decadal variability in the Limpopo River Basin. Specifically, I'm going to focus on the Mapula River. It's a tertiary catchment and it is being used quite extensively these days for a number of activity. So there's been changes in the last few years, which was not present earlier. So most of us are quite familiar with decadal variability at the 16 to 20 year time scale. In the 1970s and earlier, various researchers looked at the variability at this time scale, around 2 decades, and attributed the variability over large parts of South Africa to changes happening at this time scale. There were many researchers looking at it, and one of the important things that they mentioned while looking at this variability was that there are some phase changes in time. So you would have a stable situation of, let's say, an 18-year cycle, 9 wet and 9 dry years, and then that would flip over at some time. And one of those changes happened in the beginning of the 20th century. So just to demonstrate that cycle in South African rainfall, there you would see the 1930s that were really dry and went into wetter 1940s. And as you can see, all these are basically 9-year periods, and the red areas are according to the standardized precipitation index, drought affected areas at that time scale, and the green areas are very wet at that time scale according to the standardized precipitation index. So you can see that this variability is quite strong in the rainfall data for South Africa. So one of the areas where this variability is seen to be the strongest is the northeastern parts of the country, including the Limpopo River Basin. Obviously, this goes around into Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique. And in those areas, we have the strongest signal for decadal variability at this time scale. Now, this picture at the bottom shows you the results of an analysis, a wavelet analysis that demonstrates from the rainfall data in that specific area highlighted on the map how the 17 to 20 year time cycle in this specific instance was very significant for a long period during the 1900s, starting around or earlier than 1940, and it ended around the late 1990s as being that strong. But you can also see, and we're going, and this line is around 16 years or 17 to 20 years that we see the largest variability starting in 1920 up to 2016. And then if you look a bit higher, around the 10 to 12 year cycle, we see that in that same area, the variability changed somewhat to a shorter time scale since the early 1990s. And that now has become the most significant variability in the last 30 years. So if you look at the associations globally with this type of variability in South Africa, we can see if you look at sea surface temperatures at that time scale, there's a specific decadal oscillation type link association with the rainfall. We can also see if you look at the sea level pressure for December, January, February, also a kind of an annular signal, and it relates basically to a more positive southern annular mode during that period in the 1900s, being associated with more rainfall over South Africa. And then also, if you look closely, you'll see a kind of an ENSO signal as well, because if you look at Australia, the northern parts of Australia, there's a positive value, and towards the east, you see a negative value. So the SOI is also affected by this, and obviously then, as we can think, because of the PDO, also ENSO. So these are the associations that are quite strong, and the results locally are stronger easterly winds over a thick layer of the atmosphere, through the atmosphere in the southern African area, associated with locally also the part of the positive SAM when we have wetter conditions. Therefore, we also see a positive association with rainfall over northeastern South Africa with the southern annular mode usually. And this is also even stronger if you look at the January to March period. So the Mokolo catchment is located in the Limpopo River Basin. Mokolo is a tributary. It's about the area of its catchment is around 8,500 square kilometers. Annual rainfall higher in the mountains, lower in the north, from 700 to 400 millimeters per year. The dam is about 146 million cubic meter capacity. That is a bit smaller than the Hartbeespoort and about 2 times smaller than the Theewaterspoort. The dam now gives a lot of water to Exxaro, Matimba Power Station, and the town of Lekolali, and then also for irrigation. So my focus is going to be irrigation downstream of the Mokolo Dam. It was constructed in the late 1970s, and as you can see, about 10 million cubic meters per year is earmarked for irrigation, whilst about 25 million cubic meters goes to other aspects that I mentioned now, including power generation. Now, the dam is thought to be able to provide about 39 million cubic meters per year of water. Now, again, just looking at the weighted analysis, this is specifically for the Mokolo area. Again, there you can see around the 16 to 20-year timescale, significant variability for the specific catchment in rainfall starting in the early 1920s, according to this data, because we only start from the 1920s, and it lasts until the 1990s, basically. But then also for the specific for this area, the significant cycle is taken over by a shorter wavelength since the early 1990s, and that has persisted up to now. So what implications does this have? Trying to find that out for the water resources, we use the Pittman model, and this is just what it looks like when you simulate the water flowing into the Mokolo Dam. In blue, we have the simulated data, and in red, we have observed data at the station near the Mokolo Dam. This is the entire network according to the Pittman model. Now, the Pittman model subdivides the catchment into areas of irrigation, reservoirs, catchment areas in general, and then also streams in between, or what they call roots. Now, for this specific flow into the dam, we find, according to our data, quite a good correlation with observed. The data being used is interpolated data from the ARC data set that we've used extensively in the past. Now, the Pittman model also models the dam levels quite nicely, and this is since 1980 when the dam was commissioned. Red being the model data and observed being the blue line. And you can see that there's quite a strong association. It means per area about 10 million cubic meters per year. So if you look at these graphs, this is the water flow just below the dam, simulated from the 1920s. And you can see the difference between the dotted line there and the blue edge up there is about 60 million cubic meters. That is what is being expected these days for irrigation and other uses. In time, this is from 1920 up to now. You can see that these changes happened gradually, and our observed data now, if you have current conditions into the past, you will look at the black line simulating those water levels. And you can also see that it's quite low if you go to the earlier part. So for that reason, we see that the decadal variability had quite a strong effect on the water levels in this dam. So the Mokolo Dam, this is again, we have a line there showing you where we see how it changes the variability in rainfall from the stronger 16 to 20-year cycle to the 12-year cycle. And if you look at the simulated levels for the dam, you see that in the 60s, in the 30s, and in the 80s, there were times when, if you look at the current use today, there were really dry periods. And if you look afterwards, those didn't happen. So to summarize those, we see that for the earlier period, we had years when the dam only went down to 90%, about 42% of the years were like that. Currently, the last 30 years since 1994, it's about 46. But the big difference is when the dam was lower than 50%. Now, the implication of this is that irrigation water is not available when the dam level drops between up lower than 50%. So since for the last 30 years, it's about 5% of the year, 6%. Before that, it was about 25% of the years. Implications of that, large decreases in the potential for production in this area. This is output from the DSAT crop model. And you'll see if there's no need for restrictions, you can get a six ton per hectare yield in white maize. But as soon as you get to 70% of that water, or 60, or only 45%, in the year like 2060, you get a large decrease because the drier years are also the warmer years. So cost implications of that, if you think of the cost these days of farming, you know, because of inflation, all the costs have gone up. And if you think of per hectare costs, and that includes for fuel, labor, herbicide, pesticide, electricity, and so forth, it's about 16,500 rand that a farmer pays per hectare production. Now, with current prices for maize and slightly elevated prices from now, per hectare, the income can be 25,000 rand if you have a good season, if there is 100% of the water. If you have 70% of the water or less, you quickly drop down because of those lower simulated yields in this case to about 10,000 rand with only a small reduction in the available water. So if you look at the profit loss for a 50 hectare area, that is about the difference between a 425,000 rand profit and a 300,000 rand loss for the same farmer over a 50 hectare area. So if you look at the circulation patterns, this was a change from the 60s to the 80s. There you can see that positive move in the SAM at these lower areas, and there you can see the change of the SOI. Between the 80s and the 90s, again, when it got wetter, same kind of pattern that happened. Now, if you look at this last part where we see that the dam levels don't go as low anymore, there's still kind of that same signal, the SOI signal between Darwin and the SAM signal, but it's much weaker. So at this stage, with a 12-year cycle, the changes are much more subtle than it was earlier when it was more consistent. So the key message here is that large parts of the subtropical southern Africa have experienced significant variability at that decadal timescale of 16 to 20 years through the 20th century. Variability has been at a shorter timescale since the 1990s. In some of these areas, the utilization of water resources has significantly increased, as for example in the Mokolo. The development during the last 30 years has taken place in a climate regime that is more supportive of water resources given the interannual variability and also the drought duration, specifically looking at multi-year droughts. So for irrigation farming, it has become quite a capital intensive activity over the last few years because of all those inflationary actions on the input costs. And it is difficult to have a positive margin if you don't have a very good yield, given the income. So a return to the significant variability at the 16 to 20-year timescale will render current utilization unsustainable given the multi-year periods of insufficient water availability and consequent production losses. These findings in this area are relevant for all the areas in the world where we have this strong decadal signal and where for the last 30 years or so, we saw a large increase in the utilization of water resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. It's very insightful. Is there a question from the floor? If there's a mic there, we can take 2 quick questions, please.
Thank you, Johan, for the presentation and for sharing your work. I just have one question, probably pertaining to the hydrological model, the Pittman model. Considering that probably it's a lump model that is more suited to catchments that are more homogeneous in terms of land cover. It doesn't take into account the spatial heterogeneities that are within the catchment. I don't know the nature of the area that you work in. Is it more homogeneous land cover there, or is there some heterogeneity? And if there is some heterogeneity, how the result? How did you take into consideration that in light of the limitation of the Pittman model? Thanks.
Yes. Can we take the second question and then we can respond? Thanks.
Are you on? The question is in terms of the change in the cycle of the decadal variability and how it manifests in terms of weather systems.
Okay, thank you. I'll first deal with the first question. During the previous WRC project, they used the Pittman model, and after that, the specific calibration of the system was used by an engineering firm to look at future scenarios of the catchment. So I didn't try to change the input variables and areas. So as I mentioned, it has input for irrigation, it has input for other general areas, and there are some heterogeneous things that happen in those areas. And for that reason, there might be some a bit of a problem using this model. I mean, this model also don't look at evaporation specifically. It takes a constant value. Now, I rest assured that the result I show is very conservative. So if I am making a mistake here, I am understating the fact or the point that I'm trying to make. Because your warmer years are your drier years. So evaporation is even more when you have less rain. And what I showed here was assuming evaporation stays constant. So if there are errors in this, it is actually against my point here. So that is why I'm not that worried for now, even though I will have a look at the calibration of the model for those specific areas and see whether there are changes suggested there. The data that I used, the calibration was used in the mid-2010s by the engineering firm to answer quite important questions. And that is for a pipeline that they plan to take water to the power stations so that they don't have to utilize even more water from the Mpolo River itself. And the second question from Christine, the effect on weather systems, I can maybe speak to tropical cyclones, for example. Within the 10 to 12 year shorter type cycle, you still have more tropical cyclones in the times when you have weather conditions, and that is a result of, let's say, more easterly flow or stronger easterly flow through the atmosphere, at least from 850 to 600, or 600 and 5 and 400. So those kind of stays the same, but they are of shorter duration, those changes. So for example, in the 1970s, you had 3 years, 4 years with tropical cyclones. Now you get 1 or 2 years with a tropical cyclone. For example, we had 2014 with the tropical system, 2015 the drought, 2017 again a tropical cyclone hitting Mozambique, 2021 again a tropical cyclone. So those things are now a bit more fuzzy in this let's say post-2010 period than it was before, when you had a stronger clustering of those. So it tells you that in our area, the easterly winds through the atmosphere at around 20 degrees south, they are more variable and less constant year to year. And that is one thing in our area that defines this 20-year cycle. And when it strengthens again in future, the same thing will happen. Maybe there will be some impacts about the position of these easterlies based on warmer sea surface temperatures globally and higher atmospheric temperatures and moisture. But that kind of anomaly, I believe, will still remain in place. And then areas such as Limpopo, where we really need these easterlies, during years when they are kind of absent, they will really be hit hard by dry conditions again.
Thank you, Johan.
Something we're not used to at this stage.
Thanks, Johan. Thank you, Johan. Let's give him a round of applause. And then our next speaker, Motlatla Dlamini, if you can come to the front. Motlatla.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nonhlanhla Dlamini. I'm from the Global Chain Institute. at Wits University. I will be presenting part of my research results, which is on CMEP6 model biases in representing mid-latitude cyclone tracks over the Southern Ocean under the direction of Prof. Engelbrecht, Prof. Hodges, and Dr. Bobab. What are extratropical cyclones, or why it is important for us to evaluate climate models in simulating cyclone tracks over the Southern Ocean. I'll take you through the background and give you an insight. So extratropical cyclones and their associated fronts dominate weather in the mid and high latitude of the Southern Hemisphere. And the passage of these features in the mid latitude is commonly associated with heavy precipitation, heavy snowfall, and extreme temperatures. They move preferentially in geographical regions known as storm tracks and develop in areas with large surface temperature gradients, and jet streams determines their position and direction of migration. The tracks of storms are a central element of the general circulation as they transport large amounts of heat, moisture, and momentum forward. Future changes in the position, intensity, and frequency of storms could also have massive impacts on climate at local and mid-latitude scales. Therefore, it is of great importance to assess how well climate models simulate storm tracks under current climate conditions in order to improve the performance of the models, prepare for future weather, assess current and future risks, increase confidence in future projections, as well as help policymakers develop accurate adaptation strategies. Therefore, the objective of this paper is to demonstrate the biases of the CMEP6 models in the representation of mid-latitude cyclone tracks over the Southern Ocean. So for model verification, we use 6 hourly relative vorticity at 850 hectopascals taken from the European Center for Medium Range the weather forecast to represent the present day features of the Southern Hemisphere westerly storm tracks. 30 CMEP6 multimodal ensembles were used to simulate the cyclones, and we only considered those models that have provided meridional and zonal wind at 850 pressure levels with a 6-hour resolution. The CMEP6 models differ in their setup and cover a range of different atmospheric and oceanic resolutions. For consistency with the reanalysis products used for verification, only the years 1979 to 2014 are considered. So storm track density biases are calculated for each CMEP6 model individually. So to track and identify the cyclones, we use an objective storm tracking algorithm developed by Hodges 94, 95, 99, and it is applied in the same way as described in Hoskins and Hodges 2002. This tracking algorithm makes use of relative vorticity and mean sea level pressure to track and identify synoptic scale cyclones. The use of mean sea level pressure and vorticity allows a comparison of features of different magnitude. However, there are various drawbacks and advantages in the usage of each field, aside that in our case, we decided to use relative vorticity as it allows systems to be identified earlier in their life cycle, as occasionally a cyclone may have a local, may have a different vorticity before a local pressure minimum develops. So before analyzing the tracks, we first filtered the data into a 242 resolution, and we only retain those systems that last longer than 2 days and travel further than 1,000 kilometers. So this is the list of the models that were used in the study. Okay, so here, like this slide shows us the results of the CMAP6 models that we have used to calculate the biases against error 5 reanalysis. So here, the first row, it shows us the observations. As you can see in the first row, we have like MAM from error 5, and then these other graphics represent the different models that have simulated mid-latitude cyclone tracks over the southern hemisphere. And this column here, it shows us the JJA season from error 5, and these are the models that have produced the tracks over the southern hemisphere during JJA season, and this is the AON, SON season. So if you look at the MAM, you can see that there's a high concentration of storm track activity towards Antarctica and Antarctic Peninsula in the observations. But when you look at this AWI model, you can see that there is a strong positive bias in storm track density when you compare it to the reanalysis. And if you look at the JJA season, we can see this round pattern during the JJA season as the storms propagate far north towards the equator and bring rainfall in regions such as South Africa and so on. But here in this AWI model in the JJA season, we can see that there is a lack of storms produced by the model in the Antarctic, in the South Pacific Ocean, in the South Pacific Ocean, as shown by a negative bias in storm track density. A lot of models basically seems to show a strong positive bias when compared to the observations. Even the axis model, it shows us a strong positive bias when we compare it with the reanalysis. Here in this model during the JJA season, we see that these storms are located far south of South Africa towards the Southern Ocean, and there's also an underestimation of storm track activity in the Atlantic Ocean. In the SON season, we also see a strong positive bias in storm track density in the Atlantic, whereas the observations depict a dissimilar pattern. Yeah, so some of the models seems to perform better, although they show us like a polar shift in the storm track density. I'm not going to go like and explain everything in detail. I just wanted to share with you what we have done so far, because it's a lot, and these models, in order for us to know which one has performed better when compared to the observations, we'll have to summarize them using statistics. So I'm not gonna go into much detail. Okay, I'm left with 3 minutes, by the way, sorry. So yeah, these are some of the results. I'm not gonna go through them. So on
On this basis, the next step is to summarize the ensemble using the IPCC method of model fit and present the results using a box plot and Taylor diagram. After that, we will check the best models and project the future. After projecting the future, we will look at the implication of these storm tracks on rainfall patterns over the Southwestern Cape region in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the floor?
Many thanks for the presentation, Ashla. Please tell me, what is the main mechanism that is resulting in this forward displacement of the cold fronts? Because we know, of course, that the ozone is recovering in those projections. So that can not be the mechanism. More or less, how does it work?
Okay, I think these storms follow the direction of the westerly winds. We know that the ozone is recovering, but the westerly winds keep shifting towards the poles instead of returning back to the east. So I'm not sure if I've answered it correctly.
We have some time, Francois. Minute.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely how it starts. So as you say correctly, the warmer world, the westerlies are migrating forwards. And the mechanism behind that is, I think, what was referred to yesterday in the talk from Patrick from Jamstack, because he was speaking about these temperature gradients that are changing. So as we've also discussed in the past, the main mechanism, I think, is regarded to be the change in the so-called thermal wind that Dr. Ndagana is studying. That is essentially about the fact that in a warmer world, of course, the South Pole warms up faster than the subtropics and tropics. Temperature gradient is weakening between the equator and the South Pole. That fundamentally, through climate dynamics, then forces this forward displacement in the western.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Francois. Thank you, Ntlantla. Very insightful. If Innocent can come to the front. Innocent Mokobo.
Afternoon, colleagues. So my name is Innocent Mogojo from the Weather Service. I'm presenting part of my results from a study looking at the effects of aerosols on the line over the Highveld. So this work is supervised by Rolof Berger from the Northwest University, Mary Jane Mupape, and Dr. Anne Franklin from NAS. So before we start, in terms of checking the effects of aerosols on the squall line over the Highveld, we first need to understand if the WAF model is capable of simulating these squall line effects. So this work is just about that. So South Africa received most of its rainfall in the austral summer from a wide range of weather phenomena, and mesoscale convective system is part of that. And as you know by now, squall line is one of those mesoscale convective systems. So just briefly, a squall line is just a line of thunderstorms often forming along or ahead of a cold front. But I think yesterday, We had a very brilliant definition of these squall lines from the land, so I won't dwell too much on that. Then, usually thunderstorm associated with these systems often lead to a wide range of disasters. For example, I think Elani mentioned yesterday that one of the squall lines was looking at actually kept about 900 miners trapped. So I think that sort of shows the importance of understanding these events. So while the occurrence of this system is really infrequent compared to other storm activities in the country, but they tend to affect large areas because of their size when they pass over the country. In the past, you'll find that many people have attempted to understand the features of these squall lines, looking both at the stratiform and convective region using different microphysical schemes. We will be attempting the same thing as well, but in the perspective of South Africa. So this map shows the study area, which is the Highveld. That red box there shows the Highveld of the country. And the Highveld is actually elevated, I think about 1,400 meters above. And it's highly industrialized. So a study by Monet in 2012 found that a significant number of severe thunderstorms actually observed over the Highveld. So in terms of understanding the synoptics, we'll be using ESMWF Era 5 dataset with the resolution of 0.5. So the first variable will be the mean sea level pressure, just in terms of understanding what is happening on the ground. And then going up into the mid-levels, we'll be using geopotential height, just to check if whatever is happening on the ground is coupled with something in the mid-levels. And then for the instability indices, apart from just using CAPE, which is widely used, we'll be adding two more indices, which is the Schnapp's total and the K index, and then relative humidity for the moisture content, and then horizontal winds, and lastly 2 meter dew point temperature. So from the weather service, we'll be using the ground station data and radar data sets. So the model that we are using here is actually the WAF version 4.12. So in terms of initializing the model, we'll be using GFS data, which has the same resolution as the Era 5 we're using as a proxy of observations. So because this WAF model gives you two options in terms of physics suite, the CONUS and the tropical suite. So in our study, we've opted for the tropical suite owing to our latitudinal location. In terms of the schemes of this tropical suits, we'll be using RRTM for both shortwave and long wave radiation. We'll be using the WAF single moment C-class scheme and the new T, the cumular scheme. So the WAF setup is such that it has a resolution of 6 kilometers with 390 by 251 grid points over the country without nesting. And the GFS input data at 6-hourly interval with a time step of 36 seconds, producing forecast for lead time up to 3 hours, and the output will be returned every hour. So we have selected two cases for the study. The first one was presented yesterday, which is the 31st of December 2018, and we have the second one, 21st of October 2017. So what's interesting about these two cases is that they are actually occurring during seasons of different aerosol loading in the atmosphere, which I think is interesting. So just to observe what was happening for these events. When you look over the ground, we have mean sea level pressure, which is the shaded area. You can see that for the first case in 2017 one, there was a trough extending over much of the interior. And then you also had the high pressure system located southeast of the country, which actually created a strong pressure gradient together with the trough. In the mid-levels, we can observe that there's actually some westerly wave and some upper air perturbations, which is actually the same case with the second case, except over the ground for the second case, we have actually a zonal structured region high, which I would argue is the type N region high. So already we know this type of region high is actually associated with high moisture fluxes over the south and southeast coast. So for the results, on the left, we have the observations. On the right, we have the simulations. I think the model actually is doing very well in terms of showing the large scale features, as you can see, the traps for both cases. And if you look on the maps below, you can see some region there, even though it's not shown in terms of spatial extent, but I think it's sort of visible enough. So for the atmospheric instability indices, for the first case, you find that the model was actually underestimating in terms of the figures themselves. But for spatiality, you can see that the model is actually doing very well. However, for the second case, you find that Cape tends to overestimate, whereas the other two indexes, total and the K index, sort of get it right. So what we can see from that is that while Cape is actually preferred, but perhaps to optimize in terms of the results, you need to complement Cape with other atmospheric instability indices. So now, looking at the moisture content, the top map shows the 800 hectopascals. You can see that for the first case, the model is actually able to show what is observed in terms of the moisture coming from the Mozambique Channel towards the northern part of the area of interest. And then in terms of the second case, again, the model is able to show high moisture influx driven by the region high towards the eastern region of the country. But looking at the mid-levels, the model also shows that it tends to be drier. And from the literature, we know that extreme thunderstorms are actually drier in the mid-levels. So looking at the 2 meter dew point, which acts as our triggering mechanism for the study, you can see for the 2017 case, there's a well-defined dry line, which is also shown by the model. However, there's nothing really in terms of dry line for the second case, but I don't think it's something to be worried about, because from the results that Lynette presented here, I think she demonstrated that dry lines tend to be far west during this time of the year. So that's consistent with the literature. But in terms of reflectivity, the model is able to detect that there are squall lines. However, they tend to be displaced in the direction of where the moisture is coming from. So I'm assuming it has to do with timing, because usually thunderstorms move towards from where they feed off in terms of humidity. So the model is able to show you that, except that it tends to be displaced a bit towards where the moisture is coming from. Because, for example, if you check the 2017 case, it's displaced northeastward, and the moisture is actually coming from the Mozambique Channel. But for the second case, it's displayed southeastward, where the moisture is coming, influenced by the region high in that region. And then in terms of rainfall, I think the model is also doing very well. It's able to show the rainfall region when you compare the source data and the WAF data. However, the simulated region tends to be far larger as opposed to what is observed. But if you were to compare the WAF, and error 5 is doing more or less the same thing. Just zooming in the rainfall, we then compare this convective region and the stratiform region of the squall lines. The model is actually underestimating in terms of the convective region. However, it's able to detect the location of where the storm is. But when it comes to the stratiform region, it overestimates slightly, which perhaps has to do with the reduced evaporation rates on the schemes that we have selected. Same thing is observed for the 2018 case as well, where the convective is actually underestimated. However, the stratiform region is actually overestimated a bit. So for summary and future consideration, I think one of the biggest hindrance in terms of model studies is that even advanced microphysical schemes tends to give different results, even despite having the same environmental conditions. However, the models seem to be doing fairly well in terms of showing the large-scale circulation patterns, as we have seen in terms of the region high, the trough, the location of the highs adjacent the country. And the model was also able to show the moisture content for both cases. However, we have two concerns in terms of the location of the storm itself. But when you understand the dynamics, you understand that a storm tends to move towards the area of where the moisture is coming from. So it has to do with the timing and propagation of the storms. And as I've just indicated, that the storm is able to show the rainfall region. It's just that it overestimates the stratiform region and underestimates the convective region. So for future consideration in this ongoing research is that we need to incorporate statistical model verification in addition to what we have shown in terms of eyeball, and do some sensitivity study where we compare how the model performs when you include aerosols and when you switch them off. So that does it suppress rainfall, does it encourage rainfall, or maybe there's just no change. So we still need to find out in terms of that. And again, test if aerosols also affect rain size, raindrop size distribution, I mean. And since we've been talking in this conference about loss and damage data, one of the things that we want to attempt is to understand the long-term impacts related to this system so that it can actually inform impact-based forecast. Thank you.
Thank you, Innocent. You're my brother in war. I spent many sleepless nights over that model. Is there any questions from the floor? Question over there.
Thanks very much, Innocent, for presenting as well. I think, as you stated, squall lines are quite an important feature for South African in terms of rainfall, and especially over the area where you are studying it now. One of my questions is, in the second case, you also spoke that the Cape value was lower compared to the first case. So I think one thing, I don't know if you looked at it, is the inclusion of wind shear and the importance of wind shear. Because there has been studies done as well to look at low Cape value days and then high wind shear as well. So in certain instances, wind shear actually plays a bigger role compared to your Cape values. So it's maybe something you can also look at to see if wind shear, what the effects are of wind shear on the simulation. I don't know if that is possible. And yeah, just thanks very much. I think collaboration in the future will be great as well.
Would you like to answer or comment?
Yeah, no, I would definitely take that suggestion, because I've also seen a study where there were just low values. However, the impact of the thunderstorm was just so high. So I think now it explains how.
Innocent, maybe if I can ask a question. You used a cumulus scheme, so you didn't turn convective parameterization off in the model. Was there any particular reason why?
No, we've actually taken the default microphysical schemes under the tropical suits.
Okay, so I'll just comment and we can discuss this afterwards. But that's interesting because there's a range of microphysical schemes, as everyone knows here, and then specifically with the aerosols that you showed as well. I think it would be worthwhile to isolate a domain over your squall lines, go into the parameterization schemes, and try and represent the South African conditions, particularly for aerosols, a little bit better, and then turning the convective scheme within your nested domain off if you have a squall line that you identify within a certain area. I think that would help to understand the dynamics a bit better. But very cool. Like I said, WRF has given me many sleepless nights, but it's very interesting. Next, we have patience. Speaking about the conformal cubic atmospheric model, convection scheme for heavy rainfall events.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I want to talk about the CCAM model. So the CCAM has a cumulus scheme. It's one cumulus scheme called the So we ran the model. And then so this one I'm presenting the results for a single case study for a thunderstorm that was observed in Soweto in 2017. Okay. Okay. Sorry. And thank you. So I'll just give you a background of what cumulus parameterization is. So it's the physics is a physical representation of the transports and flows and processes within convective clouds. So in the so we use them to represent processes for within the convective clouds, because as you can see in that sorry. I thought I was gonna look from here, so it's sorry. So these processes include updrafts, downdraft, and entrainment and entrainment and other processes as well. And we do the parameterization because these processes are too small for the model to be able to represent them. So we write codes that are able to represent those processes in a way that the model can be able to include them when we do the forecast. So so these cumulus schemes, they have trigger function which activates the cumulus scheme. So basically it says now we have a convection process happening, and then we have the cloud model which describes how far in the vertical the cumulus the convective processes should go on, and also the closure which describes the intensity. And then we can either formulate the cumulus schemes for shallow convection, which is for fair weather, or it can have light rain, or deep convection. This type of this ones that Innocent was talking about, the spar lines and the supercells and all that. So we have categories of cumulus schemes. Can either be mass plugs, which talks to the updrafts and downdrafts within it actually models the updrafts and downdrafts within the cumulus clouds. And then we have the adjustment schemes and the scale array, which they actually are sensitive to the scale of the model. So the higher the resolution, it's the less the
the convective process is active and it switches off at some point. I want to focus on the scale awareness, which is designed to handle the gray zone of convection. So the gray zone is between 10 kilometers, it can be up to 100 meters. Some argue that it's up to 3 kilometers. Yeah, but others argue that it's up to 100 kilometers. So 100 meters where the model can explicitly represent the processes. So this is the cumulus scheme within the CCAM. So it is a mass flux and it has a scale awareness. So it means that it represents the updrafts and downdrafts, and also it switches off as the resolution increases. And then it also has other formulations within it. And then the trigger function of the cumulus scheme, it defines the cloud base and the criteria for convection. And the cloud model, it describes the compensating subsidence, downdraft, entrainment, and entrainment. And then the closure, it actually it allows the convection to continue until the cloud base and cloud top are no longer existing, or the model doesn't support those. And it can be up to 30 minutes for a deep convection. So in the script, it looks something like that. That's how we formulate the scale awareness. And then, so the aim of this study was to examine the scale awareness of the cumulus scheme within the CCAM. And then firstly, we identify the case of a severe convective rainfall in the affected domain. And then we ran the model at different grid lengths. So we ran it at 25 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 6 kilometers, and 1 kilometer. And then we evaluated the model against observations. And then we also studied other physical processes associated with convection. So this one just shows that the case we selected is the 30th of December 2017, when there was a broad surface trough over the western and central interior of South Africa. And it was flanked by a high pressure to the east of the country. And there was a slipper cell that occurred as a result. And there was high temperatures and high humidity on the day. So the domain that we chose, I'll show you when we go to the results. And these are the settings we did on the model. And we used the hourly rainfall data from the South African Weather Service, and we graded them to 0.25 by 0.25. So this is just the synoptic the synoptic map of the day, and those are some of the images that show the impact that came with the supercell. So this is the spatial distribution for the domain that we ran the model over. So so that's basically Gauteng and the surrounding areas. So the first one on top is the 1 kilometer, and followed by the 3 kilometers. And then the next row is the 6 kilometers and the 10 kilometers. And the last one is the 25 kilometers and the ground observation. So that's the 24-hour accumulated rainfall. So we can see that we can see that the 1 kilometer and so that place where there's a dot, it's Soweto where there was a tornado. So we can see that there was heavy rainfall over there. The model simulated heavy rainfall around that Soweto area at 1 kilometer and 3 kilometers. But when you go to the quarter resolution, you see that it actually mislocates the high rainfall, but it has higher, like there's more special rainfall, like there's more space that's covered by rainfall compared to the higher resolution. And then this is the area average hourly rainfall. So we average the rainfall over the area that I showed in the previous maps. And then the red is the observation. So you can see that the models initiated rainfall sooner than they observed. And also they couldn't capture that peak of that short-lived heavy rainfall. And the coastal resolutions, they have more total rainfall compared to the higher resolutions. And by 1 kilometer, the dotted lines are the convective components. By 1 kilometer, we can see that the cumulus scheme is already switching off. So we don't have convective rainfall by 1 kilometer. Okay. And those are the vertical profiles. So if you zoom into the vertical profiles, we'll see at the higher resolutions, they show some type of wind shear, which can be used as guidance for possibilities of a tornado. And also the higher resolutions, they show more moisture, especially during the afternoon when the thunderstorm was observed. So these are other processes that we simulated. Okay, so basically what we can say is the high resolution runs are beneficial for identifying severe rainfall events or for simulating them. But yeah, on the special side of simulating it, it somehow fails to capture the shallow convection. So yeah, I think there is some work that we can do around that on the scale awareness to just figure out what we can do to increase, especially that amount of rainfall that we see decreasing, which shows that the cumulus scheme was switched off by too much. So we need to somehow increase it or something like that. Yeah. So yeah. Thank you.
Your patience. It's always hard to give a presentation when everything seems to work against you, but you did very well. Is there any questions from the floor regarding this? And I'd like to ask the question afterwards.
Many thanks for the presentation, patience. And I think you've shown that for this case study, the convection scheme is definitely scaled away. But it seems to me as if the high resolution runs are in fact underestimating the precipitation for this area average. So it almost seems to me as if we've moved backwards, right, towards the high resolution in terms of the average rainfall total. Can you comment on that? Does it mean the simulations where the convection is resolved perhaps needs further development or improvements in the relevant dynamics? Why is the rainfall so much reduced when we go to high resolution?
Okay, so when you go to the high resolution, the cumulus scheme switches off or it weakens. so that the rainfall is simulated by the model dynamics. So yeah, I think we're gonna be in consultation and try to figure out what we need to correct, what we need to adjust. Maybe we need to maybe increase the factor of the scale awareness so that we have more. Maybe it's switches off by maybe 300 meters or something, 400 meters instead of 1 kilometer. I think.
Patients, just for interest sake, but is the cost of the scale awareness scheme worth the effort? Why don't we just turn convection off? I mean, won't that just solve the problem from the beginning instead of getting the scale aware scheme? What's the computing cost that we save with a scale convective aware scheme?
I haven't done that study, but I think it's something that we can try out. We can try it out and see if we switch it off. But it's definitely gonna have more balance.
Thank you, patience. We can give her a round of applause. So next we have Tumelu Mwami. Mwami. Tumelu. Rasha, are you presenting for Tumelu? Okay. Okay, so we also didn't receive his presentation, so I assume he's not here. And then we'll move to our last presenter, which also means I'm a very good chair and we're perfectly on time. So, Tasha Smith.
Hey everyone. So this work forms part of my PhD on the first paper that recently been submitted. And it focuses on, so my supervisors are Professor Francois Engelbrecht and Professor Montero and Dr. Nicholson. So it focuses on the heat and carbon characteristics of modeled mesoscale eddies in the southeast Atlantic Ocean. So the oceans play a very important role in the Earth system, acting as a buffer to climate change. So the Southern Ocean is of particular importance as it absorbs 75% of additional heat and 43% of the additional carbon uptake from anthropogenic activity. So the focus of our study is on mesoscale eddies in the ocean and how they contribute to heat and carbon fluxes. So I can't remember what it is in the atmosphere, but in the ocean, the mesoscale is 10 to 100 kilometers, and these features evolve over days to months. So the eddies are highly energetic and they originate from instabilities of the main current. So and with bottom topography, those interactions. So they influence heat and carbon uptake and transport. And so you can see this figure, it shows the scales observed at the various resolutions. So our current Earth system models have a resolution of about 1 degree. So they resolve features of about 100 kilometers. So that takes out most of the eddies, and you can only resolve the very large ones, so right over 100 kilometers. So we need to use parameterizations to accurately simulate these eddy effects. But then there's temporal and spatial biases in heat and carbon fluxes in these models. And projections for future climate change are sensitive to the inclusion of smaller scale features. So we've also got eddy permitting resolution at about 1/4 of a degree. So this can resolve focus on the larger features, probably like 50 kilometers and above. And this is where our satellite altimetry observations fit into. And then our model that we use in our study is 1/12 degree horizontal resolution model. So it can simulate fine-scale processes, and then we use our model to determine eddy heating and carbon flux. So there are two types of eddies in the Southern Ocean. There are cyclonic eddies and anticyclonic eddies, and they exhibit different properties. So the cyclonic eddies, they spin clockwise in the Southern Hemisphere. They have a negative relative water speed, and they upwell cold and fresh water to the surface, which is high in dissolved inorganic carbon, which is the metric we use to determine the carbon content of the water. And they've got anticyclonic eddies that spin anti-clockwise, and they have positive relative vorticity, and they're associated with warm and saltier waters that are lower in DIC. So ASC fluxes are primarily driven by the surface temperatures. So anticyclonic eddies will release heat to the atmosphere, and cyclonic eddies will take up additional heat. So this could change the eddy life cycle depending on interactions with surrounding waters and how far they propagate from their formation region. So carbon is a little bit more complex in that, it's not as straightforward as heat. So we use this metric, the partial pressure of carbon dioxide, PCO2. So this is controlled, it can tell you the direction of the carbon flux. So it's controlled by competing effects of the thermal component, which is temperature, and the non-thermal component, which is includes DIC, biology, ASC fluxes, and also alkalinity. So if the PCO2 of the air is larger than the PCO2 of the sea water, then the ocean will uptake additional carbon. But if the PCO2 of the air is less, then the ocean is going to outgas carbon from the surface ocean. So in eddies, we've got cyclonic eddies, which have colder water. So this will decrease increases the solubility of the water. So it has an increased capacity to uptake CO2. But then the opposite happens because it's got an increase of dissolved inorganic carbon, so that could lead to an outgassing. And then the opposite is true for anticyclonic eddies. So you've got this like opposing dynamic within these eddy features, and it depends which mechanism will win. So in the Southern Ocean, the non-thermal component in DIC is usually the dominant driver, with winter mixing bringing up DIC to the surface with upwelling and you get outgassing. And then in some of the biological consumption can have an effect. So this study makes use of our high-resolution physical and biogeochemical model run at 1/12 of a degree. And we analyzed 5 years of 5-day mean output over the Southeast Atlantic Ocean. So you can see our study region in figure A. The red is our anticyclonic features and the blue is our cyclonic features. And our domain is characterized by strong emersional and vertical temperature and DIC gradients. So we need to cut out our eddies from our domain. So we use the Kubo-Weiss parameter to detect eddies. The equation is there. And so we've taken a bit of a different approach in our analysis. So we use an unsupervised machine learning algorithm called the self-organizing maps. So after we've cut out our eddies, we present them to the sum. So our input is surface relative vorticity over each eddy, and it's a equal area map. And we've asked for a 3x3 9-node configuration for anticyclonic eddies and one for cyclonic eddies. So then we give our eddies to the sum, and then it outputs a feature map, which you can see over here. And it has basically characterized our eddies by their size, strength, shape, and their orientation. So once we've got our sum output, we can then use it to apply it to any metric. So in this example, I've been able to apply it to surface temperature. And then basically this will tell us that our larger nodes have appeared in node 1 and our smaller nodes have appeared in node 9, and you've got like different configurations as it goes through transition between each node type. So anomalies increase with the eddy size. So node 1 sees our largest anomalies, whereas node 9 you have very small anomalies. And the most interesting feature about this in our temperature, is that nodes 2 and 4 are the same size eddies in their distribution, but they have very different spatial configurations. We're not going to go too in depth on that. I'm going to focus more on the drivers of PCO2 and the carbon flux in these eddies. So we did a decomposition of the thermal and non-thermal components. And overall, the South Atlantic is still a carbon sink. It doesn't have a change in direction. but the anticyclonic eddies do have they're still a sink, but they have a weaker uptake of carbon. So if you want to just focus on node 1 in both of these, that's the larger eddies. So the thermal and non-thermal components, they largely cancel each other out, but there's still a small thermal dominance in all of these eddies. But a seasonal cycle analysis might yield different results with different eddies having different mechanisms dominating in each season. So there has been work done where the mechanism will flip. So if it's DIC driven, it can flip to being thermally driven. And then we looked at the contributions of heat and DIC over all our eddies. So we took the eddies that we identified and we integrated them through depth and took a radius of 2 around each eddy, and then summed them up to see how important is our contribution of these smaller eddies. So basically, if we were running a Earth system model, we might not even be able to resolve any of these, and you wouldn't get any heat and DIC contributions from them. But then we still have to look at the smaller eddies. So even the ones you can resolve with satellite oximetry and those below. So if we look at our 3 smallest eddies, nodes 6, 8, and 9, they contribute very little to the total, so they're about 10%. And if you consider, if we resolve only eddies that are 50 kilometers and larger, that's only 10% of our actual total eddies. So if we don't resolve smaller eddies, we result in severe underestimations of heat storage and deficits and DIC storage and deficits by 50% and above. And you also get an asymmetry where anticyclonic eddies dominate over CEs for both heat and DIC. But if you include these smaller eddies, then that asymmetry is reduced. So in heat, it's reduced from 255% to 67%, and in DIC, it's reduced from 105 to 17%. Okay, so in summary of what we found in this first body of work, so we've seen that larger eddies have stronger and deeper imprints on tracer distributions and stronger influence on the fluxes compared to smaller eddies. Resolving only the largest eddies, those about 50 kilometers and above, leads to a severe underestimation of heat and DIC storage. And then in our decomposition, we found that thermal controls on PCO2 have dominated over non-thermal controls in both anticyclonic and cyclonic eddies, but we would have to further do a seasonal analysis to see if this switches over the seasonal cycle, and then also a life cycle analysis to see if older eddies are different to younger ones. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dasha. Any questions from the floor? Atmospheric scientists? Or Francois?
Thanks. Thank you, Tasha, for the comprehensive analysis. So can you quantify in some way, what portion of mixing in the ocean mix layer can be attributed to the sub-mesoscale eddies compared to the, say, 50 kilometer and longer length scale eddies? What is the relative importance of working towards parameterizations of this mixing taking place in the sub-mesoscale?
So if we look at our mesoscale, those, I think it's like 10 to the -6 in terms of velocities. But I think if you look at the sub-mesoscale, which is even finer than what I've been looking at, they have a lot, like much stronger velocities. So you often see on the periphery of our eddies that they have very strong sub-mesoscale vertical fluxes that are an order of magnitude greater than even our mesoscale eddies. But we're still very far from resolving those fine scale processes. So I think you'd need, at least beyond like 1/48 of a degree to even start to simulate those processes.
Right, may I ask a follow-up? Jay, do you have no other question? Sure. So, Tasha, I mean, the analogy between your work and convection in the atmosphere that most of this community is interested in is so amazing. Because in the atmosphere, it's the thunderstorms that are causing this mixing and the transport so much heat and moisture in the weather. And the resolutions are also surprisingly similar. We need about 1 kilometer resolution to resolve these processes in both the atmosphere and the ocean. But in the atmosphere, we do need to represent that mixing, the contribution of the thunderstorms to heat and moisture in the vertical, as we've just seen on the ocean storm. And obviously, the same needs to be done in the ocean as well. So, as a follow-up question, do we have an idea? What I'm trying to ask is, if we look at the mesoscale eddies and larger scale mixing, say at horizontal resolutions of 50 kilometers and longer wave scales, longer length scales, versus the mesoscale and the submesoscales, which finer than 50 kilometers, and then the same submesoscale, say finer than 10 kilometers. What is the relative contribution of these fine scale processes versus the larger scale processes in terms of how the ocean mix layer eventually looks like?
Well, for the mix layer, I think you wouldn't really be able to, well, I mean, we would do simulate it with our large scale processes, but I think you really need to get at that finer resolution to see exactly how it's changing, especially on smaller timescales. So you can get something like a thunderstorm that comes past on a very short timescale and has a lot of mixing, but then you wouldn't be able to simulate that in the large systems.
Right. Now I can see what you are saying. Oh, well, I guess there's more quantification that remains to be done. But thank you from my side for a very detailed presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes this session. We'll have lunch now. Because we had a shorter poster session, if there is anyone interested in the posters, please browse around, look around, and try and engage with the poster presenters as well. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll be back here at 2 o'clock.
That must be amazing. Right. Amazing for your emails. Send them flooded in, please.
So this side you're done. You're done this side. I mean, they're finished. I mean, this session. Oh, there's still one because I can think about one. I'm thinking that of you because this like.
Yes.
Oh, you did short. They give notice. Just. Oh.
That's not that.
Oh. It's rather. Yeah. That's why they're having the last after the creation.
What do you do now?
Copy. Wat is dat zo laat maken?
What? Ano, China today?
Something coaches.
What is happening?
Earlier, that was tea break. For me, I decided service security. Because for me, yeah, yeah, because for some
Send me like a bodyguard and send people away.
Oh, yeah, I think oh, yeah, because you have to.
Thank you so much. So maybe no. Yeah.
1, 2. Check. 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 2, 2, 2, 1, 2. Audio check. 1, 2. Right. Camera.
Flores. Do that. Oh, yeah. And what are you going to say about this? I don't mind. I mean, okay.
Ik kan niet voelen hoe is dan net verloren, man. Dan
Weet je of je van mij minder is dit? Dan krijg jij om.
ik kan het niet allemaal.
Ja. Ja, ik doe het in de yes.
Ik nog net zo opgezet, denk ik.
Ja. Weet je, echt is wat meer een memory stick means. Wanneer ik een memory stick die dat nodig plakken bij tijd is, dat is niet meer tijd naar de eerder is
Mijn avond, mijn zak, maar het moest. Weet je, mijn zak, ik moet het uitmaken. Ik heb iemand anders.
Wat zie jij? Gewoon niet helpen.
Ja, maar ja.
Ik heb post aan mij. Ik heb post wat aan mij informatie is.
Ja, nee. Nog 'n fingerfood, raga deur.
Wat sê jy vandag is?
Fingerfood, raga deur.
Where? Where? Ja. Hoe vandag jy raga hier?
Ja, fingerfood, raga deur.
Okay, ja.
Ja. So
Ek kan.
This is a food for my eyes.
Ja.
That's huge.
Ja, maar jy is toch nie aan het kry nie.
Ek het nou nou kan ek net die mense naam onthou.
Waar is my rekenaar? Ja.
Baie dankie, Jamas.
Weet my, jy is nie stokkie, dink ek het wat ek kry, ek sal nie te baas wees, ek dink as my rol
Wat is ek aan my rekenaar? Aan my rekenaar.
Okay, weet jy kan nou my rekenaar
Nee, ek moet net my praatjie kry sodat ek hom op daai. Maar my flashdraai is missing en my rekenaar se charger het ek verloor en my battery is af en Hy is 'n baie spesiale een wat net vir hierdie rekenaar werk. Iemand anders het 'n soortgelyke een wat hierin pas, maar hy laai van. So dit lyk my hy moet presies die reg een of ander iets wees om daarin.
Dis my rekenaar.
Baie dankie. Maar al wat ek nodig het is ja, dankie. Is 'n flash drive om op baie ander rekenaar te sit.
Probably flash drive
Dankie.
altyd. Hoor jy maar gaan.
Ek kan net myne pad actually. As jy sê 'n flash drive moet die ding op my.
Around, how are you? Good, thanks. How did you?
Fine, ja, dus.
Wie is soms as jy? Net nou hierdie sê ek wil maak hierdie wil nie. Voor daai as jy sweet sê. Hier is die cover.
Ja, jy moet nog business hê.
Ek kan ook maar hier baie dankie.
Ja, is dis.
Ja.
Ek dink jy vra hier.
Dankie. Nice talk. Long time.
Are you gonna conduct the name?
Yeah.
Where is your part?
Now, immediately afterwards. I could fast too. You?
I'll come around and listen to you. I'm in other.
Oh, yeah, I'm also.
Are you very well?
Yeah.
Oh,
Are you
that's,
also?
that's actually.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll look into that.
Well, are you also presenting now in that session?
No, I'm
Oh.
not the organizer.
Okay, nice. So,
It's happening.
nice.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so what a nice. We also like to do the area. That's what I mean, my first one, I just exactly. I feel good. We go to places. I like going to beautiful outs. You know, find these Norway and whatever region. Very true. Okay, I'll start. Oh. Oh.
It was very. But I mean, it's not very good, so. We always. That's behind the.
The other ones I think the United Training Schools as well. Well, I need to buy points from presidents and guys. I think, very interesting because I know that go out and I can't even one of the base stations too. So he says that
Sorry. Have you seen my sister? How have you not seen my sister? There's nothing about my sister. Just really closely gonna go on it.
I'm gonna be here.
Yeah, now for the next 10 minutes or so.
Yeah.
I think because I was getting my laptop here.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Okay.
No worry.
Okay.
Sure.
But I forget that I'm in my. Oh, yes. Let's go.
That's Matty. Is it Matty? No, is it? No, it's Matty, is it? Matty. Must be on the.
You probably was in front of me.
It's not, huh? Yeah.
Lekker geleden.
It's not by you. I bring you Matty.
Yeah, we'll go and I'll show you the picture.
That's it. Was on.
Op jou been. Ai, en. I must wasn't worthy as to where it now to it didactic me for self premise. Is this the goal? I think I was. Wait for my you and
Full now.
Yeah, and one of those yeah, Carl was what that city this year. Did you guys want the band? So now, obviously, I was more familiar with them. I took a picture with them at the ceremony. I worked in the office because I was editing the match. What do you call it?
Match what?
The match report. Spelling and the name and the so then I would only go outside for sit again. By the way, it's me, the fancy pictures here.
Hey, Gareth.
Let's get it and come back.
Not free more than Saturday. Not worried about this area after the minute. Then get ready. Line it. Back up your Apparently he wants me to take the other two. He will take the friendly hammers and watch the TV. Otherwise it was possible. Because it was small. You just join in with Marvel and you can do the friendly. You can pass away. Something happened. You go deep.
Wow.
Okay. So after this next few seconds, you need tea time. Lady T. We go sit up on the other side with the vehicle and we go sit up on the other side. Either we sit up or we just break up, break our stuff in our room. Or we go sit up, which is net die om die draai. Building. What do you know? They don't need AV. This is there might be something to project. Which you can actually just share from here.
What do we need to take over even?
Ons gaat ons op die. Dan is kan miskien die uitneem.
It's the monitor.
This is mine. This is the.
And that's not you.
No.
But as you can, oh never mind. As you can black magic with those.
Yes, ik kan dat steeds. You have to realize. I think we gave a little bit.
That's Sister SASREAX, my cousin.
Sister, husband.
My sister's name is SASREAX. She's married to SASREAX. My husband's also a singer in Greece and he's coming back now.
What's that? You can do it.
Yeah.
That's how my sister and her husband made. They're singing.
Sister was me.
I see your poster down.
Right.
So you got my
I got that right.
What's in competition?
It's not good for saying.
What's on top of it?
Alles amper dating terwijl samen ik nog onthou. I was what, grade 7, grade 6 and I want it.
So I think it's basically when
I've been a friend. No, what is that? Legal?
Wastage more.
That's a bit of wastage, more is very
Zelfs vertellen. Zelfs eigenlijk. Zelfs opsteren.
She's still around.
Yeah, what my kiddies used to do. Things the sinus was bad. My kiddies used to do. Plans in my my friend passed away 2 years ago. So yeah. On these pictures, yeah, it's been a lot of around yeah. No, no, I think and I think seems Just make calls. I said by the I simply look like I'm
This mobile.
I mean, but he is Indian. Just listen. He's not Muslim. You know? But his surname is That tastes like promotion.
Yeah, you remember when Arsenal used to be in the trenches? It used to be in the trenches, people used to make fun of them.
No, it's fine.
People used to make fun of them. That in place. Get back to the, you know those guys. Since you watch the Olympics, athletic. Yeah, this video.
Wie is my? Wat is het programma, José?
What's the story? Oh no, man, you were showing me this holiday places there and call out extra plek of it for that. But say I was only quiet for as say you was don't agree with going away and living together and stuff there.
No.
Maar dan ga ik er eigenlijk wat bij me gebeuren. That's how I was used the guy when I say, I said, you could actually be prick. Ik denk, like, that was bio nice.
Wat gaat je samen? Wat gaat je samen?
We just want to go away.
Wat gaat je samen?
We just want to go away on our own adventure.
Okay.
Okay.
Waar slaap je?
Oh?
Waar slaap je?
What does that has to do with everything?
Everything was.
No, it has nothing to do with nothing.
Ik
What
vraag
was
me
that
wat
thing? For zijn birthday gaat te doen.
And then?
And then nothing.
2 rooms.
What is that then now?
No.
Huh?
2 rooms.
Why?
Oh, it's safe. As in, like, in the room.
What's gonna happen?
So, what's gonna happen?
No, but seriously, you're saving up because you want to go away.
Replace that place.
You showing me options? Say, was I slided in the lake and the good thing. I was going to go for it. So, guy, right now it's up in the mountain. So, because I was thinking like like a lot, but you know that I suppose what will I gonna say that in the middle of the conversation is not reach the place. We that was the conversation that a trump coffee makes me like to laugh loud. Het baie lelike liggaam. Ek kan nie vir my onverwagte jokes sê nie. But she is tiny. She's very tiny. That's a shame.
Yeah, but I deal with
Ek het nie gehoor wat jy sê nie. Ek het nie gehoor wat jy sê. Ek is gewoon in die liggaam.
David the Bill is going up in the ears. Kiki Bobby kisses Dicky.
But why were you laughing? Because that's cute, man. Like, I don't understand why he has to be on his left finger.
But it's here, it's not there.
That's here?
You asked me that day and it was here on the middle was
Okay, it was here, but it was apparently. So that means it is there. That's not for the players that can't be there while we're playing.
What do you call it?
I don't know.
Thomas.
Sim, mas promise, you have a call over the promise.
So I think I'm going to say promise. Now we promised.
Promise, I'm going to take you over.
Promise and beauty. No, next. The arrow next to the yeah. Then go to video settings, bottom.
Ek didn't know you this was up with you.
As die onder die ding was HD camera, you're right. You see my video camera. The other one on top. So it's not there. Strange.
I was picking up a conversation now.